It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
58 degrees right now, a little bit drizzly, depending on where you are, but the rain should stop between 8 and 9 this morning.
Yeah.
You're looking at a high of 65, and it feels like fall. It's going to keep feeling like fall. This weekend, if you're going to go do the apple, pumpkin, whatever thing.
Let's get it on.
I mean, it might be the one, sunny and 66, but it's probably your sweet spot.
Yeah, it's perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that pumpkin, apple, donut farm, it's very small town America.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that America?
Ain't that America, son?
And last night, I got a little taste of small town America.
Where'd you go?
Well, my daughter, she plays tennis, my
yeah,
youngest one, right? So they had a game in Seneca Falls at Minders Academy.
I love small town tennis. If they had a small town tennis channel, that's all I'd watch.
So it turns out I was trying.
So this is a school we never heard of.
Well, so it turns out that the Seneca Falls School District, I guess, named their high school Minders Academy.
Yeah, because when you first said it, we
Minders.
thought it was a town that we had never heard of.
Yes, because I had heard the school before. I just assumed it was a small town. No, and
So
I
it's
don't,
like named after some dude?
I don't even know if I'm saying it the right way, and I don't know who it's named after. It just
Probably
says
some colonel.
Colonel Minders.
Yeah, revolutionary guy or something.
Okay, so I go out to Seneca Falls, and I've driven through Seneca Falls before, but I've never really spent a lot of time in Seneca Falls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like one of those places. It's like, oh, history here, suffrage. Wasn't that the setting for It's a Wonderful Life also?
They claim they used that bridge
Okay.
in that scene.
So that being said, my daughter and her partner, they played doubles. They won their match quick, which is awesome, but I got to hang out for like another hour and a half because the rest of the girls have to finish up. So,
So you can't split till they're all done.
Well,
you
no,
can, but yeah, you gotta be supportive.
yeah, I want to watch.
Support the team.
Yeah. I say it like that is to creep out the rest of the girls on the tennis team. But I've been up since 2:30, and I got to drive another hour home, so I got to go find some caffeine. Right? All right. So I pull out, and I'm driving through the back streets of small town Seneca Falls, and I'm noticing something. I'm taking it all in because it's like, speed limit's like 7 miles an hour. Just families out walking.
Yeah.
Right? Like 6:30, 7 o'clock at
Oh,
night.
taking that after dinner walk.
You got it. And not only are they walking, Tommy, but when one family comes upon another family, they stop and they smile and they exchange pleasantries. And not just a, hey, how you doing? Like they're stopping and they're talking. And I'm seeing this over and over again as I'm going down this long street that goes like to the center of town from Minders High School.
Well, I think that's what you're supposed to do when you mosey.
Oh,
Is that what they were doing?
moseying?
When you mosey, slow walking in the country is called moseying.
Okay.
And when you come across other people, you got to like
Give 'em a
stop
nod.
and greet.
Got you. So I'm seeing this on my drive into the center of town there, and I'm like, you know what? This is really nice. It's
quaint.
Like, yeah, the homes are they're beautiful, and they're all close together, and everyone has a smile on their face, and like there's a sense of community, right? And I'm like, wow, this is. I think I could live in a small town.
All right.
So I go and I find a place and I get my Diet Coke and I'm going to drive back towards the school, right? And once again, as I'm doing my 7 miles an hour, I see the exact same thing, but with different people. It's like everybody in this town has decided we're going to be social and together as a community. There'll be this quilted thing.
It's a beautiful thing.
Okay, but here's the thing. For some reason, seeing it back again, I started like, wow, they're all spending a lot of time talking to each other.
Right.
Like this wasn't planned.
Right.
You weren't like going over to Dan's house to like have a hangout. Like this like popped up.
So you're just being friendly.
Yeah, but like I was
Just
like,
part of their day.
but that's just it though. Like if I'm gonna, if I got something, if I'm going out for a walk or whatever, right? Like I don't want to spend an extra 45 minutes like talking to every person I come
I don't want to
across.
talk to you.
No, I don't.
I got
don't.
moseying to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to mosey here. So
Moseying don't
Trying to
mosey by itself.
Move on.
So like on the way back, I'm like,
Yeah.
this looks miserable.
Sucks.
This sucks so hard, and I can't figure out if I would love living in a small town or hate living in a small town, because the walkability of Seneca Falls was awesome. And the smiles on everybody's faces.
Seems like everybody enjoyed living there.
It looked
Yeah.
great. But at the same time, one, the time you would lose having to be social with everybody would drive me nuts. Two, I get the impression based on how everyone was talking that everyone not only knows everybody, but everyone knows everybody's business.
And that's
yeah.
kind of what they always tell you, right?
Okay.
Everybody knows everybody's business.
And I wouldn't want any part of that. Like that seems like it would complicate
Well,
things.
but think about it. So when this country formed, we had 13 colonies, right? And it was
Thank
just
you, Professor Mueller.
and it was just a bunch of little people, little towns,
Yeah.
right? Little towns, a lot of moseying, and after a while, people started going, "This sucks." I'm going to go over here and I'm going to start this thing called Manhattan.
Okay.
And it's going to be nothing like moseying. It's going to be
Fast-
fast-paced.
fast-paced.
thing's going to be popping.
Sure.
Pretty soon we're going to have a baseball team, and we're going to have like really cool airports, and nobody's going to talk to each other, and there's going to be all kind of like violence, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
So I don't want to throw your timeline off, but I think Manhattan came before all the other things.
Yeah, it kind of built around
No, like
that,
the cool Manhattan.
Oh.
Like after we bought it.
Gotcha.
Because we got it on a deal, right?
Yeah, a whole like chest full of beads or something, according to the story.
No, I thought we took like a balloon payment on it.
So I guess here's what I'm wondering, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's been a lot of movement the last couple of years as homes become more expensive.
Oh,
People
sure.
are looking for a different change of pace. Work from home became more common, so you don't have to be chained to this place that you're working to is close. For folks that moved from a small town to a bigger place, or from a bigger place to a small town, do you enjoy that small town lifestyle?
The change.
Or is it driving you insane? Because
It would take a lot to admit that.
What, that you didn't like the change?
Right. Because if you went out there and you sunk all this money into like a country home, and then it sucks, it's going to be hard to like admit that it sucks.
Well, but you may not think it sucks at first. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, it might wear on you over time. It might be awesome at first. You might think, like, I could do this forever. And then I don't know how long it takes for the not boredom, but just that slow, because you're so used to always having stuff to do.
Well,
And
you
maybe
got
you get a little bored.
You got stuff to do. You can stop and talk to every person in the town.
I feel like a lot of people actually did that during COVID. Like, a lot of people moved from, like cities and that bigger areas to places that are a little bit more isolated.
Because I think you folks in Seneca Falls can hear us. I believe that's like the line where we lose our signal.
Okay.
Like going out east, right? So like if you're out there.
Poor bastards.
Well, no, I mean like I don't know what to think. Because like the other part of it too is my daughter has her tennis match. Her tennis team is going. And there's also a women's girls soccer game going on at the same time. And it's senior night. So they're doing the announcements and Becky is here with her father Dave and her mother. Yay! There's flowers and everything, right? But like I'm watching as this soccer game is starting, and it's a girls' soccer game. And I don't mean to sound disrespectful when I say this, but Kimmy, like when it comes to like the amount of spectators sports get, it's like football, basketball, like
of the fall sports.
like just sports in general. Like girls soccer didn't normally have like the most massive crowds. There were a ton of people in this game,
Oh, no
and
kidding.
I was watching people just walk from their homes.
Country tennis, man.
And kids, no, the soccer game, not tennis.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the one that was happening behind me. No, it was just a parents' tennis game. But like even that, I was like, this is like this is great for these kids.
So
It
quaint.
is.
Yeah, but like, am I obligated to go to the girls' tennis game or girls' soccer game if I live in this town? Because it kind of feels like
But it might be the thing you look forward to doing.
I
You
don't
know
want
what I
that to
mean?
be my life, though. I don't want.
I think
Yeah, but-
it sounds romantic.
Yeah.
Because you think you're not thinking about movies and like It's a Wonderful Life and all that stuff, and it sounds so quaint.
Sure.
So like my old man, like his generation, the big thing was town and country. You had to be rich. You had a place in town. You had a place in the country,
Okay.
right? So when we moved to Florida, he bought a small place out in Central Florida, and he was going to go out there, and he was going to be like this old Italian. He was going to garden and fish, and it sucked. And he also didn't fit in. Like, we moved out to this place called Okeechobee, Florida. It's in the middle of nowhere. And it was like he would go out there on the weekends and stuff. And he's an Italian. And he looks Italian. And he acts Italian. And he was around all these crackers, man. And I mean, when I talk Southern rednecks, I mean, we are talking like deep South back then. This is like the early 70s.
Ooh.
He didn't fit in town. And I remember the town was pissed off because somebody had the audacity in this little town of Okeechobee of opening up a Chinese restaurant.
Wait, seriously?
I thought we took care of that during World War II, son. I'm serious. Like, those are like, this is how backwards this
Man,
place
they're really
was.
missing out.
And he's driving around in a black Cadillac. My parents are thinking they're going to go out for cocktails on a Saturday night, and he's wearing a suit.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Last night, my daughter had a tennis match in Seneca Falls. Go all the way out there. And, like, after her match ends, I got to hang around for a little while, go to grab some caffeine. I'm driving through the small town trying to find a place, and I'm watching all these people. They're walking, and the homes are beautiful, and everyone's smiling, and everyone's stopping, and they're talking to each other for, like, 10, 15 minutes. And this looks great. And I start driving back, and I'm realizing, like, wow, they're talking for a long time.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, I don't want it. I wouldn't want this
That's
at
a
all.
lot of chit-chat.
Yeah, it's a lot of time.
Yeah, because even if you
very
liked
very inefficient. What's that?
I was going to say, even if you liked everybody, I would imagine, like, sometimes you just want some peace and quiet and time to yourself. Like, you don't want to be stopped by that person that you like every single time.
But you already said what you had to say.
Yeah, like how much
So
is there
what's
to
left?
say? You see the library? Yep, still there. going back to what you said about fitting in. You don't think we would fit in a small town?
No, not at all.
How do you know, man?
Look at us.
What are you talking? You would
First
fit.
of all, we're soft. We're soft boys.
Okay,
No, but you love
speak.
quaint.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of.
You look quaint.
Yeah.
Like if I had to describe your outfit in one word today, it's quaint.
Like if Pittsford was a more isolated place, you would absolutely live there.
Pittsford is the rich version of Seneca Falls.
Yeah, but we have access to everything.
Okay, but you
Yeah,
walk
but-
down the
yeah.
canal and you stop. Oh, that's a beautiful dog. Yeah,
They do,
thank
yeah.
you. It's a snickerdoodle.
And you don't really leave Pittsburgh much, so it's not like you're doing a bunch of exploring.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. This is you.
So I guess I am country.
No, you're not
Well, not
country. You're
country.
small town.
Yeah.
Well, that's country.
Small town, son.
I mean, small town is country, same thing.
Well, no, I disagree. When I hear country, I think like home out in the middle of
Yeah,
nowhere.
I think like nobody around.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like there were homes.
You thought
out-
that's rural.
Yeah.
Now you talk rural.
Okay, no, you're right. That is rural. But like I took the back way home to get to the throughway, and
Yeah.
like there were homes like just out in the
Yeah.
middle of
You
nowhere.
got a lot of land out
So
there.
I'm assuming like those people, like, yo, Mom, you want to go into the city of Seneca Falls for dinner this weekend?
I heard they got a Chinese restaurant.
Have they never had Chinese? Because it's delicious.
I know.
I feel like all it would take is one bite of lo mein,
Yeah.
and like.
Oh, by the way, it opened and it was fine.
Okay, well, obviously, who doesn't like Chinese food?
They had spring rolls and grits.
No, that would
Sounds
be
gross.
awful.
Yeah.
And I love grits. No, I think that everyone can fit in a small town.
I think that's the arrogance of people, though. You think you fit in. Like my father thought he fit in.
That's a different scenario because you have like the literal antithesis of where you are waltzing in, right? You got a Bronx Tale walking into Deliverance. Whereas Seneca Falls, it's not like the people I saw last night were dressed any different than I was. It's not like they looked any different than I did. They were just people.
Okay.
I mean, there are some places you go, even in some small towns in upstate New York, where if you get out of your car, everybody knows you're not from that place, right?
You look it.
I don't think Seneca Falls is one of those places, unless I'm wrong.
Well, I guess it's close enough to the bigger city, so it's kind of a bedroom community, right? There's people that live there, work in Rochester, and come in.
Do people where it's an hour away?
Well, Batavia is 45 minutes away, and that's a bedroom community for sure. We know people that live there and come in to work.
Yeah, they don't come into work, though.
Well, not anymore.
Everyone we know that lives in Batavia and works
Now
here
works
works
from-
from home,
yeah, that's
right?
true.
I mean, like,
But we've had buddies that moved out to Batavia.
yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to do
I
it.
mean, I'm too old to do it.
Oh, yeah, obviously, you're going to die any minute. But, like, I don't know. I would like the opportunity, like, give me a month, like a challenge. Could I move out to a small town, and would I thrive in that small town, or would I want to, like, jump out of a window? Like, that would be, like, maybe we should do that. That should be, like, a vacation option. Here's 3 weeks of small town. Can you handle it?
Right.
Like a reality show?
But you run your mouth. You talk fast.
Who, me?
You think everything's a joke. You mock everything. They don't appreciate that.
How do you know?
Ain't no mocking in it. Try mocking in a small town.
Bro, all they do is run their mouths. Everybody knows everybody's business.
But they don't mock.
How do you know?
They don't need your city put downs and your fancy ways.
Fancy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently.
Right.
I apologize again. We're talking about small town living because for the first half of last night, living in Seneca Falls looked wonderful.
Okay.
And then driving back through Seneca Falls, I don't want to do that at all. Let's talk to Rusty. Hey, Rusty, how are you, brother?
Good. How are y'all?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I'm one of those rural folk out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I heard
But
y'all.
And your name's Rusty.
Yeah,
So,
Rusty, y'all.
It's all checking the boxes, Russ.
Well, I have one neighbor that I can see their mailbox and one neighbor that I can see their house like half a mile away. I'm one of the folks that grew up in residential sort of areas, and I hated it.
Okay.
I liked my neighbors, but everything was too close.
Okay.
So I moved out to the country, and I absolutely love it.
But he's a rugged, independent type.
Yeah, I heat my home with wood. I skid all my own firewood with a horse. So
Not even his horse. That's the
He's
most
true
impressive part.
country.
All right, so Russ, I mean, look, here's the thing. That sounds awesome for another reason. Like, I would also love to be isolated from everybody else, right? Like, just have my peace and quiet. But how do you
But
not...
you'd actually have to work for your heat.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to do that. But past that, I mean, Rusty, what do you do to entertain yourself? I feel like I would go nuts with boredom living in a place like that.
Well, I'm also a farrier, so I also shoe horses, and I'm an arborist by trade, so I climb trees. I travel for work a little bit, so
Yeah,
I
up the
still
tree.
get out.
I don't really call that traveling, Russ. Wait, so you're a blacksmith?
Yes.
That's still a thing?
Yeah, definitely. There's tons of farriers in the area. I mean, you see horses on everybody's property half the time. So I'm the guy who takes care of their feet. So
how do you get is that like passed down through generations, or you're just like, hey, you know what I'm into? Horse feet.
Yeah. The good
no,
host store.
actually, my dad was a gearhead. He was a stock car driver. So I must have gotten bit by a horsefly or something like that, and turned into a goofy blacksmith.
Okay, all right. Well, Rusty, you're quite the interesting
yeah.
individual, buddy. It's unfortunate that you got no one to talk to out there.
Well, thanks for letting me call in. I'll let you chat with some more odd folks.
Thank you, Rusty. Not like you, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it. There goes Russ. That's the first conversation he's had with another human being in 3 months.
Yeah, probably.
There is something that seems so nice and peaceful to, kind of be on your own property and not having anybody around. But at nighttime, like, I think it would creep me out.
Oh, you'd be scared?
I think the idea of like nobody around really freaks me out.
Is it because we've been watching Baywatch after the show every day and just like weird
There's
things?
some weird stuff that happens in that show.
A lot of ghosts in Baywatch. All right, we got a dynamite. Try that in a small town. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. This comes off a story 2 weeks ago of 2 men that were arrested for a crime that happened all the way back in 2023.
Oh, wow.
A mailman that was robbed. And as part of the evidence levied against the men accused of these crimes, there was a text message. One trying to hype up the other to commit this alleged crime. And in this text message, he's telling him, go do it, man. Get him. He's not stronger than you. And we had talked about, like getting robbed, that really sucks.
Yeah.
It also sucks that it was made public that these people think that you're soft.
You're weakling.
No, we had the discussion, a couple of laughs, felt bad for the person who was assaulted, and we moved on. How could you have a problem with that discussion?
So what's the hate?
It's not so much hate, because I don't know if this guy's being a dick, but he makes a unique point.
Okay.
He's saying that the reason that the crime in Rochester keeps happening is not because criminals are more bold. It's because we as men are no longer tough.
Oh.
And there are things you can do, according to this man, to make sure that you are never a victim of a crime. And all it has to do, all you have to do is walk, talk, and act a certain way.
All right.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. Speaking of crime, someone busting into your house when you're not expecting would be very scary.
Sure.
Especially when that person has bad intentions, bro.
Oh, yeah.
But one burglar, according to police, got a little more than he bargained for when he broke in.
Oh.
And you could say this was tough. Just not from the person who you'd think it was coming from. And we'll get you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The most valuable tool a criminal has is the element of surprise.
Oh, okay.
And this criminal had that element.
Get to jump on him.
Yeah, they've already got the upper hand.
All right.
I'll blow the story up front. Things did not go the way that this criminal thought it was going to go. And that's embarrassing that you blew it with the element of surprise. This story is actually way more embarrassing than just that because it's who foiled your plan.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Got some unexpected news out of Orchard Park yesterday.
Yeah.
And what's weird about this story is we all assume we know why this happened. But Von Miller's suspension actually isn't rock solid because a man who is on the inside of everything, his name's Tim Graham, he writes for The Athletic, has an interesting piece of information that could somehow be more alarming than even if this was for what we thought it was for. And we'll get to the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So this story happened just east of us. Police say a burglar whose age is unknown broke into a residence just after 4 a.m. on Monday morning. Police say when he broke into the residence, he came across at some point a 14-year-old kid, a boy.
Yeah, right.
So this person is an adult because they're being charged as an adult, and they are now face-to-face with a 14-year-old boy in this home that they broke into. The burglar, according to police, then decided to, quote, initiate a physical confrontation.
With a 14-year-old kid.
Yes, so he is now fighting the 14-year-old in his home, and the 14-year-old, having no choice, fought back. After a back and forth, whatever the 14-year-old did caused the grown man burglar to flee the scene.
Oh, damn.
Eventually, a man matching the description of the suspect was spotted walking down the road. He was questioned. He was arrested. That person is facing a ton of charges, and they're more severe than they normally would be because it turns out you get charged harder when the victim is a child.
Yeah, you assaulted a kid.
Exactly, which this 14-year-old was. But the impressive part of the scary story is this 14-year-old kid, not expecting to come across this burglar in their house at 4 in the morning, fought them off.
Yeah, held his ground.
You got it. And I'm sure this burglar saw this kid and assumed it would be no problem, only to find out quickly he was sorely mistaken. Is it embarrassing for this burglar to lose to a 14-year-old in a physical fight? Okay, you say
yeah. I would say so.
Kimmy, would you agree?
Yeah. We don't. Wait, what's the age of the burglar?
We do not have an age of the burglar, but they're being charged as an adult.
But they're grown-ass.
They are a grown-ass person, it seems. All right.
And you had the element of surprise.
You did. Have
Yeah.
And you were not really prepared after that.
No. Like they put down their Pokemon cards, and they turned off their Netflix, and they kicked your ass. All right. So with that being said, let's take the element of surprise out of it. Phone number's 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because you both say you should be embarrassed at a 14-year-old kick.
You lost to a 14-year-old in sleepwear.
Well, no. I mean, you can get your leg pretty high in pajama pants.
I guess.
Yeah, very stretchy.
Yeah. Do you think you could take a 14-year-old?
No, you're telling me these kids are like huge now.
Okay, so then why?
But I'm not.
So then why would it be embarrassing?
But I'm a puny man.
Okay.
Like I'm not a
that's
normal
true.
sized man.
Okay.
So no, I
Understood.
never have been.
I understood.
So-
I understand that you cannot answer this question because of your limitations.
Yes.
Also, because from a distance, you kind of look like an 8th grader.
Right, that's not a fair fight.
Yeah, that joke sucks. So,
Keeps coming back.
all right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I want you to think about this if you can hear us. If for whatever reason you are in a physical altercation with a freshman in high school, Tommy, what percentage of men over 30 do you think would win that fight?
All of them.
What, you
I
think?
would love to see a Jeff Foxworthy new game show. Are you stronger than a 14?
Oh, wait, no, you think a 14-year-old would kick every man's ass over 30? Is it what you're saying?
No, I'm saying every man thinks he can kick every kid's
okay.
ass. I'm
Okay.
sorry, maybe I understand.
Yeah, no, I may have misspoke. What
Right.
percentage do you think could actually kick a 14-year-old's ass over 30? Give me a ballpark.
So the 30-year-old had to beat the 14-year-old
Yes.
in actuality.
In a hypothetical situation.
I think if it goes long, the 14-year-old is going to have the upper hand.
Oh.
They're gonna have the
Stamina.
yeah.
So you're saying the strength belongs to the man over 30, the stamina belongs
If,
to
it,
the
Oh,
man.
if it's a
absolutely.
short fight, you give the upper hand to the older person.
All right, so you're saying
But if you start Ali in it, man, moving around the ring and mocking him,
so if the 14-year-old works his jab and rope-a-dopes a little bit,
oh, yeah.
he's got a shot to take him in the later rounds.
Because most men have no stamina after a certain age.
Yeah, it is funny. I mean, people, if you've never been in a fight before, people underestimate how physically taxing a fight is.
Yeah, and chances are, if you're over 30, you haven't gotten into a fight in a while. Whereas
You haven't
maybe,
exerted yourself in a while.
whereas like maybe a 14-year-old kid, if you have siblings, you've been in fights. There are no rules when you're 14 either.
Okay.
Like I'd be worried about the
You think a 14-year-old's going to fight dirty?
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I
a
guess
14-year-old that feels threatened, I would guess that they are more likely to resort to the worst possible things.
Okay, and in this situation where your life is literally maybe at stake,
Yeah.
I
Right.
don't blame a 14-year-old for fighting dirty. But let's say it's a fair fight. It's set up for whatever reason.
Okay.
The national sanctioning governing body of 14-year-old versus adults sanctions the fight. What percentage of men over 30 do you think win that fight?
I think that 30 would probably win most of those matches,
Oh.
but there'd be some surprise upsets. I'm going to say 30% would be upsets.
Okay. Because, like, 14 for boys is a weird age.
Mm-hmm.
There are some 14-year-olds that look 10, and there are some 14-year-olds that look 21.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point you just made, kids keep getting bigger and bigger as time goes on.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, Tommy, I pick up my daughter from tennis after school every day. And as I do that, the football team is always walking by finishing practice. Now, I was a big-ass kid.
Yeah. But you were a freak in school.
Thank you.
No, but you were.
Oh, yeah, I don't. That was harsh.
You were freakishly large for your age.
Yeah,
and in the day.
Yeah.
You were like a big doofus.
Again, like it's.
I was there, bro.
I don't think there's a big doofus standing next to you. Like if in a picture.
Oh, it's my fault. Doofus showed up in your birth.
If in a picture like you were viewed as the standard size man, yeah, I look like a big doofus, not because you look like a human mushroom.
But isn't it even on your birth certificate? It says doofus.
Pat Doofus Duffy.
What the hell? He's pointing at her. Yeah, we're just together.
From the high ropes.
But do you think even you as a 14-year-old kid, yes, you were a bigger kid, but you were also more active? Like, do you think your stamina now is better than it was when you were 14?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know, because I was playing sports at 14.
Right, that's what I mean.
But kids can just go.
Yeah.
And go and go.
Yeah,
They don't
you're
even
You have
realize.
more adrenaline, I think.
They don't even realize they've hit tired yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
So you were saying like you were watching all the young men walk by.
Yeah. In their tight football pants.
yes.
Yes. No, like I mean, these kids walk by and like they're half of them are bigger than I am, and I'm a grown man who's already a big man.
And these
like,
are teenagers.
And these are 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. They are horrifyingly large children.
So this 14-year-old could be a big kid.
Possibly. But even at that, I mean, I'm assuming, again, going back to the story happened just east of us, 4 a.m. Monday morning, a burglar breaks into a home at 4 o'clock in the morning, comes across a 14-year-old kid and attacks the kid. The kid fought him off. The burglar ends up fleeing, gets caught later, arrested, facing a whole bunch of charges. I would assume if the burglar decided to physically engage them, he wasn't intimidated by this kid until the kid showed him what he had.
It was too late.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. There are dads listening right now that could have had this exact scenario play out because 14 is the age where if there is going to be that traditional physical altercation between dad and son,
The challenge.
it starts.
Yeah.
It starts at 14. And I know there are dads who locked horns with their 14, 15, 16-year-old sons who then in the heat of the moment realize, like, wow, this kid got pretty strong.
Yeah, sure did. Should have bought him all that milk.
Because, like, I mean, I had that moment with my dad when I was a teenager. I'm sure, Kimmy, it happened between your dad and your brother.
Yeah, right. It's probably around high school, like once you get in, take that step.
And, like, I know you've never really been in a fight. You just had your ass kicked a couple of times.
Many times.
Like,
yeah.
there was that time where...
More than I want to count.
There was that time where the guy robbed you and you peed your pants.
Again, it keeps coming back
No,
up.
I'm just saying, like you were in charge of, like, the store, and the guy broke in, and he was like, give me all the money, and you immediately peed your pants.
But from a distance, it looked okay because I was like, an 8th grader peeing his pants.
Even an 8th grader peeing his pants in that moment, I would have to make fun of to his face. Even that. But, like, I vividly remember this physical altercation. It's the only one I ever got in with my dad, right?
But your father's a big man.
He's a big dude, 6'4", and with the spiky
And he's
hair.
trained.
Like 6'6". Yeah. But, I mean, at that point,
Go on.
Well, no, I'm saying if there was a cat stuck in a tree, that cat lived in the tree. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, I mean, they call the cops for that. That's a tree cat now. What I'm getting at is, I think as a father, you always look at your kids as your kids. You don't fully realize how big your kids have gotten.
Well, they're frozen in time, I guess, a little bit.
And I remember, like, when I was locked up with my dad in that moment, I could feel him. He didn't say it.
Yeah.
He didn't, he didn't.
You just had a feeling.
I could feel him realize, like, uh-oh. And, like, it never got to the point where we, like, threw an actual punch. And maybe it's because he realized that it was more of a fair fight than he thought it was going to be. Maybe it's because he realized I was his son and he loved me. Maybe cooler heads prevailed. I don't know. But I could feel it. And then all of a sudden, like, I felt him, like, go, oh.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, how you like that? How you like me now? Weight room over the summer. AQ football rules. I don't know, like when that lion cub all of a sudden grows into the king of the jungle in your home, that's got to be a really weird moment too, as a father.
It's not a fun one.
Like, what do you do when you realize, like, if I fought my kid, if I had to fight my kid, I'm not going to win 100% of the time.
Do you think all dads come to that realization?
They'll never say it out loud, but I think they do.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You think, though, that they would admit it even to themselves?
To themselves, yes.
Okay.
Well, because, look, part of being a badass is also not putting yourself in a situation where you won't look like a badass.
Sure.
Pick your spots, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, Tommy has never been in a physical fight because he's going to lose. Right? He can run his mouth and pretend he's tough on the radio. You're Big Daddy, put my foot down. But if he were to...
See these shoes?
Yeah, you going bowling?
Yeah.
You get a fight at bowling alley?
That's how you put your foot down.
Tonight there's going to be a jailbreak.
We're going bowling.
There's some kids, though, that never, like, outgrow their dad. You know what I mean? Like, their dad is always the bigger, stronger person. So do you think, like, even those dads have some kind of realization that, like, you know, they would lose
That's
in
a
a fight?
good question. I will say this. Never underestimate the wiriness and the inner turmoil of a teenage boy.
Right. Because they're all wired up with testosterone and badass.
Yeah. Like, I think even the softest boy can land a lucky punch or, like, pull a lucky something out of his sleeve, and all of a sudden you just got your ass kicked not only by your son, but your weak son.
I was surprised because, I went to that military school for a couple of years. And a lot of challenging. Because, like, all our teachers were mostly retired military guys.
Okay.
And they were, like, World War II, early Korea, tough guys. They're chain smokers. They had crew cuts, and they never smiled. And I always remember, like, when kids challenged those guys, like a couple of guys did, and how fast those kids got put down.
Oh, really?
Like, in class.
No kidding.
And we had this one big, fat, loudmouth Southern kid named, and he had the perfect name for a Southern a-hole, Lang Allen.
Oh.
And he was from a rich family, and his brother went there before that, so it was like some legacy there, and he thought he owned the school. And this old science teacher basically yanked him out of his chair, threw him onto the ground, and then dragged him out of the class. And he never dropped his cigarette.
Damn.
Because these guys smoked in class. And, like, everybody like that just went, okay, yeah, we'll go back to the planets there. We're fine. Like, everybody was petrified of this teacher.
You telling us these stories about military school, no wonder you're the damaged goods that you are, man.
But that kid challenged him,
Yeah.
and it went horribly wrong in front of the class.
All right, so maybe we're overestimating how many 14-year-olds would kick the ass of men over 30.
But you just got to make an example out of that kid once.
Okay, yeah,
And
you're
I
right.
think that kid will fall in line.
Yeah, that's a good call.
So you got to get him young.
You want to try that again?
No, but I mean, you can't wait
keep
till
him humble.
You got to wait till he gets too grown ass.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the dad-son thing.
Yeah.
Trent's on CMF. Hey, Trent, how you been, buddy?
Long time no hear.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, my son is 18 years old and he's 6'3".
Ooh.
He outweighs me. Since I talked to you last, I lost 100 pounds.
Hey, congrats, buddy.
Oh
Way to
my
go.
God!
Nice.
He's doing diet barbecue.
Oh no diet barbecue.
All right, so Trent,
Lost 100 pounds.
you've lost 100 pounds. Congratulations. Your son is now 6'3" and outweighs you. If push came to shove, literally and figuratively, in your living room with your son, God forbid, right? Do
Right.
you think you could take your son right now?
Yeah, with my stun gun.
Okay, don't stun gun your son.
No
Put that
weapons.
on a T-shirt. But, like, if it was just fisticuffs, your son's got you?
No,
All right, Trent.
he's actually afraid of me.
Say that again?
He's afraid of me.
Oh, he is afraid of you. All right. No, because, like, here's the thing. I will say this from personal experience, Trent, and I don't know if you had this experience with your dad when you were growing up. When that heat of the moment happened, I was still afraid of my dad. I just wasn't going to back down.
Right.
Like, I was ready to, like, okay, I'll get my ass kicked. I'm just going to show him I'm
You're
a
gonna
man.
go down swinging.
I'm a man. Ain't you football rules? If he,
My father was a 5'7" Cuban, and he whooped my ass.
well, those Cuban fighters,
Oh yeah, that island knows how to box.
cagey. All right. Well, Trent, hey, buddy, congrats on the 100-pound weight loss, man. Good to talk to you.
No problem.
All right, take care. There goes Diet Barbecue Trent.
Not as funny anymore than that. He's not fat.
Now you sound like everybody that writes me Facebook messages.
But he lost his his humor.
The guy hasn't called in a year. Will you give,
That's why.
give the man a break? He's got to warm himself back up again. And he doesn't have that delicious scent of barbecue sauce on
Have
his
a ham
fingers.
and biscuit, man.
Have
Relax.
a ham and
Who doesn't
biscuit.
want a ham and biscuit?
Man, I'm going to miss talking barbecue with Trent. Guy had some good barbecue tips. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
This came out of nowhere yesterday, out of Orchard Park. So out of nowhere that the Bills did not see it coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we all assume why this suspension for Von Miller showed up.
Yeah.
But it turns out, according to a man who is very rarely wrong, super plugged into the Buffalo Bills, the team themselves is not entirely sure where this came from, which is alarming. Past the already alarming reason this should be happening. And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This was going to be the signing that put a great Bills team over the top.
Yeah.
And when they made this deal, it was massive.
Mm-hmm.
But since Thanksgiving 2 years ago, it's been a problem both on and off the field. And yesterday came down the punishment for what everyone believes are allegations that have been circling last season. But here's the thing.
What's that?
That's not rock solid right now.
Oh, the allegations or why he's being disciplined.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. If you listen to the show on Monday, this past Monday, in the 9 o'clock hour, you heard a man, our good buddy, talking to us about the Bills game, everything that happened. He was there, and we'll recap all that.
Yeah.
But in the middle of this conversation that he was having in a public place, he was reprimanded.
Yes.
Reprimanded by a stranger. A woman who you can clearly hear in this phone call tell him what he's doing wrong and what he needs to do.
Yes.
This woman was being rude. Yet despite that, this man kowtowed.
Yeah.
Back down.
Yeah.
Immediately. And I mean, like... Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What?
We sat here and we were howling with laughter. And we were making fun of him, right?
Yeah.
But that kind of feels like everyone's knee-jerk reaction. Even though you are not in the wrong, and even though this person is being a dick, for some reason, it's always like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, it was announced that Bills linebacker Von Miller will be suspended for the next 4 games, effective immediately. He's being suspended under the NFL's personal conduct policy, meaning he's suspended without pay, and he'll be forfeiting over $300,000 per game over the next 4. So there were reports out. And if you read the reports, they're written interestingly.
All right, a little vague.
Well, here's the thing. All the reports say it's believed the suspension stems from the allegations of domestic violence against his pregnant girlfriend last season. And if you read the details of those allegations from the police report, where it was being investigated, they are very hard to read. And we have talked about them enough already on this show. So if you're one of these people that does not know, go Google it.
Almost exactly a year ago.
You got it. But here's the thing.
What's the deal?
Tim Graham, he writes for The Athletic. He is a very good writer, and he's very plugged into the inner workings of the Bills. According to him, the Bills still do not know for sure why he's been suspended.
So the NFL didn't give him a rock-solid reason why I'm pulling your player up?
Yeah, it kind of seems like they haven't clarified why. Yeah.
Now, it's possible it's for this for what happened, the allegations last season. Right. But again, the Bills have told Tim Graham they do not know. They do not know what the reason is. So it's not out of the question, I guess until this is all cleared up, that there's something else that he's been suspended for.
That we don't know about.
It's
that has
possible.
not broke.
Now, here's the thing. We don't know that, but we also don't know this is rock solid. So just something to keep in mind until we get a definite word from the Bills and the NFL what this is for. And here's what's interesting. When the allegations first surfaced last year, you remember the Bills came out in full support of Miller. He did not miss a game.
Yeah.
And from that moment, Von Miller insisted that the allegations were overblown and this is not what it seemed. If this suspension is for that, the NFL disagrees. And it is important to point out before we get the phone calls, suspensions under the personal conduct policy in the NFL don't need a conviction. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, they go at their own discretion.
All right.
They do their own separate investigation past law enforcement. In fact, they employ a team of investigators, a lot of them former FBI employees. And whatever they found, wherever they found it, they felt that they
didn't like it.
They needed to take action. So with all that being said,
right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you call the Von Miller signing a disaster?
It's kind of been...
Yeah, because it didn't pan out.
So
and now you're stuck with this.
Before we even have the discussion, I mean, it's complicated because you're forced to compare on-field performance with disgusting allegations, which doesn't totally seem right. And, things were fantastic in the beginning of the first year in that deal. And then he rips his knee up on Thanksgiving in Detroit in that first year. They signed him to compete against Kansas City in the playoffs. He never got that chance as the Von Miller that you signed him as.
Yeah.
He was a shell of himself last season. They didn't suspend him for the allegations, but he was a healthy scratch at one point late in the year. And then, of course, the alleged incident off the field.
And you never got over the Kansas City hump.
Well, at least haven't yet.
But and now this. So, yeah. And when's his contract up? How much more you got on?
So the Bills have an out in his contract at the end of this year.
All right.
So he is most likely gone by the end of the year, whether or not the suspension.
I can't see why you'd keep him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be too expensive to keep anyway.
Yeah, it definitely didn't pan out the way they thought it was. He hasn't pushed this team over the edge in any way, in my opinion. I think he's a player that you could have done without and still had the same success. So disaster, I don't know if that's the right word for it, but it definitely didn't pan out the way you thought it would.
And there were a lot of people on social media yesterday defending the Bills front office, saying, you couldn't have seen this coming. Nobody saw this coming, the injury or the off-the-field allegations. And that's actually not entirely true.
Oh, really?
So it turns out we discovered after these allegations surfaced last year that Von Miller had previously been investigated for domestic violence while playing for the Broncos, but charges were never filed, and the police department that did the allegations never made them public. So you didn't have the details of the allegations, and again, they're allegations, but it's not like the Bills front office weren't aware that something had happened in the past. So you don't even have the ability to say,
there's something in the air, but you don't know.
Yeah.
I also don't know. And maybe people have talked about this and I've just missed it, but it doesn't seem like he's like the, I guess, like leader that you thought he would be. I don't know how much influence he has on these younger guys that have really. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, as far as football goes, Greg Rousseau and AJ Epinesa have come out and said.
I always just kind of picture him as like this kind of like lone wolf kind of guy that does his own thing. Because, he's talked about just like the weird stuff he's into and stuff that he does off the field. It always kind of seemed like to me, yes, he's there as a veteran presence, but I don't know how much influence he has on those younger guys.
No, the guy, a lot of the younger defensive ends have said their games have taken a step forward because of Von Miller.
I stand corrected.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Von Miller suspended for 4 games, effective immediately by the NFL. He's going to lose out on, over $300,000 per game. So I think it's somewhere around $1.5 million for the 4-game suspension.
But that's not going to hurt him.
No, obviously not. The other interesting part of this, though, is in the offseason, Von Miller took a voluntary pay cut.
To keep the cap down?
Yeah. And, there were no concessions. He didn't get a bonus for it. There wasn't years added to his contract. He just took a voluntary pay cut. And people around the league had said, we've never seen this before. This is a guy that wants success for his team. And I guess that's the ideal scenario.
Team guy.
It's also possible that he was aware a suspension was coming, and less money means less money you're losing on a suspension.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't going to hurt him.
So strategically.
I'm just thinking out loud here, trying to figure out why no one had ever done that before, and then all of a sudden this pops up. By the way, the Bills also said they did not know this was coming down. They were blindsided by the suspension, period, let alone not knowing what it was for up to this moment.
It was weird timing of it all. I think a lot of people had some questions.
But you think the league would have told Pagula, hey, this is happening?
The investigation?
The owner.
Oh, that it's coming?
Yeah,
Well, we knew they were
he
doing
basically
an
owns this
investigation.
commission. You'd think they give the guy a heads up and they don't say anything?
Well, here's the problem. You start to run into ethical questions because if you tell a billionaire that they're doing an investigation into his player, and they probably knew already, but those people have the means to go and potentially mess with an investigation.
But billionaires are always really good people. That's why God gives them all that money, because they're nice.
Look, man, I don't know why the NFL does it this way, but I'm sure there's a reason based on things that have happened in the past that they do it this way, right?
But again, it doesn't impact the team really too much on the field because he hasn't been that great.
This season he has been playing better.
A little bit, but
not
still.
That matters. Well, no, he was on a 3-game sack streak up until last week. And again, it feels icky. And I know that's an understatement to talk about, the on-the-field production versus the despicable
that's how they
allegations.
look at it.
He's also a strange cat, strange guy. Not just for the triangle haircut, not just for the unique things he's into. Everything he says is wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, he said that Odell Beckham Jr. 100% was going to sign with the Bills.
He does make these weird statements having no actual knowledge of the situation.
But he brings up the Odell Beckham thing. That never happens. Yeah. Then DeAndre Hopkins last year, I talked to him. He's going to sign with the Bills. That doesn't even come close to happening. He then comes out and says that the allegations are overblown and it's not what you think it is. And now he has a 4-game suspension here. He feels very free to speak his mind and make very specific statements. None of which have yet to come true in Buffalo. And they also paid him a lot of money.
Well, sure, he was a superstar.
Kimmy, can you pull up what the initial contract was for Von Miller? And no matter which way you look at it, on the field or off the field, it was a bad investment. On the field, you got 10 games of full production Von Miller? Last year, you got nothing. And this year, he's missing at least 4 games and may And he's going to have to answer for this. Like, he's going to have to sit in front of press and answer for the suspension when he gets back,
true.
which is going to make things more complicated. Kimmy, the original contract was?
If this is the original contract, $120 million for 6 years.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
Plus, you went Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, by the way, there may still be players. You could have signed one of the 7 guys, core Bills players they had to release in the offseason if you didn't sign Von Miller to that contract.
Oh, so you could have kept.
There could have been some guys hanging around. Your Mitch Morris, your Gabe Davis, your Tre'Davious Whites, your Micah Hyde, your Jordan Poyer.
That much?
Well, not all of them. I'm
But
saying
a
like
lot.
1 or 2 of those guys would
May have
still
been a
be
little
on
bit
this.
more room there.
$100 million.
$120 million, yeah.
That's the second $100 million guy that's gone bust on your ass.
Who's the first?
Who's the guy with all the gadgets?
Okay, here's the thing. You're bringing up Mario Williams, defensive end. This is a common misconception. Mario Williams played his contract. The value they got for the contract was worth it. If you go back and look at the numbers, he did his job.
All right.
You just hate him because he was weird.
He's really weird.
The team was bad.
Yeah.
He did his
okay,
thing. I mean, the
right.
numbers were there.
All right.
The fact that it was so high profile somehow makes it worse, too, because, like, when Von Miller signed with the Bills, because he was a free agent, he could have signed anywhere he wanted, it was a sign of the Bills being a team that big-name free agents wanted
you're
to
right.
sign with.
Hey, people want to come to Buffalo.
Yes, and that was an investment.
He was bait for other players.
Yeah, and it worked.
Did it?
I mean, like, not your superstars, but like other guys like your Leonard Floyd's last year, who ends up leading the Bills in sacks. Guys like
stick
Daquan
around.
Jones, right? Defensive tackle. Well, yeah, because he got offered more money. So,
Yeah.
but the point I'm making is, like,
I don't think it brought in the superstar power you thought it would, though. Because, like I said, I think we thought, even based on what he was saying, he was good buddies with Odell Beckham Jr. And why wouldn't these guys want to come play? DeAndre Hopkins. Like, I know those guys are going to come play with me because I'm going to tell them how great Buffalo is.
Look, I get what you're saying. You didn't get the marquee names. But there were guys that came and signed here because Von Miller was here. And those guys were legitimate contributors to that team last year.
Yeah, but if he didn't blow his knee out, right, and he played a full season and he was really productive, I think he would have
Yes.
been
I mean,
that guy.
we will,
that
we
would have
won't
drawn
know.
other players that would have come to the team.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, it's one of those. I mean, it's not even a what if because the allegations aren't a what if, right?
Right.
I mean, like the suspension is here. I don't know.
But it's definitely a bust now.
I would think so,
Yeah,
unless
it's done.
Unless he comes up big here in like the second
Man, you
half
got
of
to
the season.
really come up big.
Yeah.
But
to
again,
outshadow
But
all
okay,
of that
I will
other
ask
stuff.
But even
if he
that
comes
feels
up
weird.
with one big game-changing play in a playoff situation, is it worth it then?
I'm the wrong guy to ask because you know how I feel about trying to separate
Yeah.
the person. We had that Pete Rose conversation yesterday. I have
Well,
a
I'm
hard time
talking
separating
like
the
in
person
terms
from
of the
athlete.
signing and what you hoped he would do.
I don't
Like
know.
a game-changing
Yeah.
sack that gets him
Yes,
into
like
the
ends
championship.
the game, or
I don't know.
But that's not going to happen.
I mean, it's not. Out of the
I think it
question.
only takes one play for people to say that wasn't a bust.
But
One
that
big
did be
play.
a one
Yes.
hell of a play.
I mean, it's happened in
Yeah.
the NFL
Yeah.
before,
Right.
right? I mean,
But he's old.
yeah.
He's carrying a lot of baggage now.
Look, the odds are low.
Way low.
So I guess we wait for official confirmation from the NFL for what the suspension is for. And
Do we ever find out, or sometimes they just bury it?
I'm sure some insider's
Yeah.
gonna get it.
They're gonna. People are asking. People want to know.
Yeah, they're gonna have to say something
Beyond
eventually.
the allegations
Yeah, you
that
got
are
it.
already hanging.
If there's something else,
Right.
yeah, because it could be for the
Man,
allegations.
because you can't keep anything quiet anymore.
I mean, people seem to have forgotten about the allegations from last year.
No,
until
but
the
like to say
suspension.
like there's something else out there, like you would think somebody would know something by now.
You say that, but nobody in Buffalo, we didn't know about the initial allegations that happened out in Denver. We were blindsided by those.
But the other stuff we knew about as soon as it happened.
Yes,
'cause
yes,
it was
yes.
down in Miami or something,
I
right?
thought it was in Texas.
Dallas.
Yeah,
Oh, Dallas.
that's where he's
Yeah.
from.
Yeah, it's Miami, Texas.
Yeah, you got it. Nailed it. I mean, this woman was in the wrong here. Not with the Von Miller story, what we're going to talk about here. With what we're going to talk about upcoming here.
Yeah, I got you.
This
yeah.
woman was in the wrong.
Yeah.
And this man, our buddy, who was on the phone with us, had every right to turn around and go, hey, what the hell's wrong with you? No, I'm going to do my thing.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
No.
And we thought it was hilarious.
Yes, it was.
We were thinking like, ooh, you soft. Why you so soft? Why you let that woman push you around right there? But it kind of feels like no matter how tough you think you are, no matter how outspoken, and let me tell you something, that in this specific scenario, when a stranger comes out of nowhere
Yeah.
and scolds you,
When you're not ready for it.
do
And
you,
it happens to all of us, man.
Yeah.
but do you always back down?
Yeah.
It's a smart move.
All right. If you didn't hear this happen on Monday in the 9 o'clock hour, we have the audio to replay for you. And I kind of feel like after the fact, this is really bothering this guy.
Oh, I could see that.
So that's why we're going to talk about it again. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Being scolded by a stranger is one of the worst feelings in the world. It's embarrassing.
It comes out of nowhere, man.
It's awkward.
Mm-hmm.
And who the hell made you chief of police outside?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when you get scolded, there can be this feeling of fear.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not they're wrong, you don't want to escalate things further.
Right.
We heard that play out live on our show the other day with a man minding his own business, just trying to talk some ball.
He's working.
And now that we can go back and listen to the scene of the crime, did he handle this the right way? Or should he have put this woman rightfully in her place? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Don't forget, we have another pair of Billy Joel and Sting tickets.
Wow.
2 men, 1 night.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, they're coming to the Dome in Syracuse. We will get you those tickets before 10 a.m., so sit tight on that. They go on sale Friday, 9 a.m. at, I believe, livenation.com, but I'll tell you later when I get the actual piece of paper in front of my face. Just after 7:30 this morning, an unfortunate incident that happened out at a church in Gates. Did you see this story?
I don't think so.
I mean, nobody's hurt. The church is defaced a little bit. It sucks because now you got to spend money to clean that up. But it's what the graffiti said, because this is kicking up some stuff on social media.
A little dirt.
Well, Tommy, you lived through the satanic panic of the 1980s.
Oh, God. And even the 70s, and I was at a Christian school.
Okay.
Yeah, we used to have people come around to explain it to us.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Based on some of the graffiti,
The devil's been busy, son.
it seems there are people in our area on social media that are ready to kick right back into that satanic panic, and we'll get to the whole story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So on Monday, as we do after every Bills game, we had our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, Dan Fates, on the show. And as Dan is talking to us about what happened in the game, he was in Baltimore for the game.
Yeah.
He was also in the line, the TSA line at the Baltimore airport.
Right.
And it's no big deal, right? He's just talking on the phone in the middle of an airport, which is a very common thing to do.
And it's busy, it's chaotic.
Well, one woman took exception to that. This is what happened on Monday when we were talking to Dan, when one person on his side of the phone decided Dan was a problem.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've learned that social media is really calm, level-headed. It never screaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, I apologize. I'm screaming in the TSA line.
Are you getting yelled at by TSA?
Nope.
Somebody in line. Oh man,
Yep.
what a Karen!
Is it a stranger?
Yep.
You are screaming, sir. You are screaming. Stop screaming. Stop it. He was scolded by a stranger in the TSA line for talking too loud.
Somebody that
on
was
the
right
phone.
in front of him, too. So it sounds like he was kind of stuck with this person for a while.
I think about when you're in that line.
Yeah.
You are just crammed in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So you've got an audience all over you.
But, bro, here's the thing, man. She was a you-know-what about it when
Oh,
she
absolutely.
heard it, right? Like, not at, excuse me, I'm sorry, or like, hey, if you don't mind, you're screaming. You're screaming. But what might be the funniest part of that audio, Tommy?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Dan was in the right to do what he was doing.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that that woman was super rude in talking to Dan that way.
And none of her goddamn business.
In a place where it's loud anyway.
That's what I'm saying. It's chaotic.
100%.
They're yelling at you. Get your shoes up.
Despite all of that, Dan backed down immediately.
I'm sorry.
Give me the audio one more time. Listen to how quickly Dan, who's in the middle of a conversation, goes, oh, okay.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've learned that social media is really calm, level-headed. It never screaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, I apologize. I'm screaming in the TSA line.
Are you getting done? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sorry. All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Did Dan Fates make the right move backing down?
Kinda.
Oh, kind of.
Because he's got a couple of things going for him.
Yes, there's a lot happening in this situation.
But he's got some tools that he's not using in the situation. Because he just turned into me. And he didn't have to.
A sissy, you're saying?
But a complete wuss.
Okay.
Don't have to.
Okay.
He's a good-looking kid.
He's very handsome.
He's fit and he's good-looking.
Okay, calm down.
And he should have put that on her immediately.
Like, how?
Because every woman would love to have a good-looking guy like charm her down.
No, but she's already annoyed with him.
Well, that's when you break out the
He's screaming, Tommy.
That's when you break out the charm. If you've got the charm,
but
if you're good looking,
on the phone with us at the same time.
Screw us. We're talking goddamn a game that already happened, X's and O's.
So you're saying like you couldn't charm, so this is what you would do.
If I looked like that kid, had his physique,
Okay.
I would use all that to my
He's very
advantage
chesty.
to chill her out immediately. Because you can chill a chick with your good looks.
Okay, you use the term charm her down.
Chill a chick?
Chill a chick and charm her down.
You got to charm her down.
Okay.
Why? Listen, if God
but
gives you certain tools,
No, it's
use
already
them.
it's already over once you're scolded.
No. I want to see where he's going with this.
Okay.
I want to see where he's
I don't
going.
know
So
where to
let's-
go with it because I've never had.
I've
You
never
got a
been in
brilliant
that.
idea.
I never had the
territory.
mug and physique for it.
You got a brilliant idea. All right, so let's do a little role play as we do here, and then we'll do a break room theater for you. All right, so you be Dan Fates on the phone, and I'll be the lady here, and then when I yell at you, you charm me down. Okay, so go ahead, talk on the phone, yell on
Yeah,
the phone.
if you got to think about that line,
You're
that
screaming! You're screaming! You're screaming!
baby, I'm just screaming to get your attention.
What is wrong with you? You think that would work?
Why don't you remove those panties, my dear?
Nope.
In
Now
the TSA
you're
line?
kicked out of the
Yeah.
airport.
Yeah, thank you.
Start with your shoes. Take it all the way up to your panties.
Wow, you're the
He's
worst.
a married man with children.
We got to see what you packing,
For
darling.
God's sakes, man. Okay, I would like to point out that Tommy
Remove
is
that brassiere, my dear.
Tommy is so ugly. He doesn't even know how
I turned into
handsome
Barry
men.
White.
No, it's
He
Barry
doesn't know
White.
how
would-
handsome men speak.
Yes, you're so ugly you can't even imagine what handsome men say.
But he should use those charms.
No,
Okay.
but that's
He
not
should
charming.
use those charms.
Don't you ever see like a good-looking guy, a really good-looking guy, who gets away with murder? Like he can say anything you want, and women just fawn over him, man.
I don't think it's like that.
Oh, it is.
No, because that woman already made the decision to scold him, so she does not care after that point.
Okay, so let's
she
get a-
never met a guy like that. I mean, she could be, never got a good-looking man's attention. And y'all want good-looking attention.
let's put aside.
We also don't know if she was with somebody. Like, we don't know what her situation was.
That was the stupidest take you've ever had.
I said, no, maybe
He's
I
going
just
to try
blew
and
your
charm her in
mind,
front of her
man.
boyfriend at the time and get punched in the face.
Okay.
That sounds like a good situation.
Let's put that aside. Tommy's
Right.
charming idea. I'm going to turn to Kimmy now for a
Okay.
rational conversation. The
Yeah.
phone number is 252-WCMF if you want to jump in. Kimmy, Dan could have told her to F off.
Yep.
Well, maybe not like F off, but you
Yeah,
know what
okay,
I'm saying.
Just kept doing what he was doing.
But
Yeah.
he didn't. He
Yeah.
backed down.
Yeah.
He kept the temperature of the line
Yes.
down. And he made it so folks around him.
He ended it quickly.
Yes, it was very super cool of him. That was
Yeah.
very super cool. But at the same time, Kimmy, are you going to let some woman you've never met and will never see again tell you what you should and shouldn't be doing?
Here's what it is. It's also the element of surprise where your brain still hasn't fully processed that you just got scolded, so you are forced in that moment to make a split-second decision to respond to this person. And I think once you make that decision, you just got to go with what your brain said to do, which in this instance was apologize and just keep doing what I was doing. But I think like later on, as you think about it, it's going to start to eat away at you because you're like, I should have done this. I should have said this. But you don't have time to think about it, and you don't see it happening. You don't see it coming.
She's 100% right. It is strange how no matter who you are, no matter how tough or, outspoken you are,
It's one of those things you think you'd be a certain way, but you might not be.
you're right. When you don't see it coming, anytime you are scolded by anybody, the knee-jerk reaction is to immediately go, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's almost like you revert to being a kid again.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like the surprise of getting yelled at by a stranger, unless they have done something so wrong that you're angry, is, oh my God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it is a way to bring the room down.
Oh, no,
quickly,
but I don't think
quietly.
I don't think that's what Dan did.
Yeah.
Dan Fates brought the room down, and that was cool of him. But I don't know if that was his intention. I think everybody's knee-jerk reaction when you get yelled at and don't see it coming is to go, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But Kimmy's right, man. When you do that and you walk away afterwards, you feel like a bitch.
Yeah, you do. Because they own you and they controlled you in that moment.
Or you just feel like I could have handled that. That could have went differently, and that's gonna bug you because you'll never get the chance to redo.
Yeah, it'll eat at you.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got folks waiting on hold. Dan Fates from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus. He was talking to us Monday after the game in the 9 o'clock hour, and he was in the TSA line leaving Baltimore. He was at the game, and he's doing the interview, talking on the phone in an airport.
And it doesn't even sound that loud, but, it wasn't like screaming his points.
Look, you can hear him on the phone. Give me the audio
It was,
one
it
more
was a
time.
casual conversation.
And in the middle of this conversation, there was a woman who did not like what he was doing.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've learned that social media is really calm, level-headed. It never screaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, I apologize. I'm screaming
Did you
in the
just get
TSA
yelled
line.
at?
Are you getting yelled at by TSA?
Nope.
Somebody in line. Oh man,
Was
what
it
a Karen!
Is it a stranger?
Yep.
Ah! He's even afraid to say
Yes.
a stranger
Nope.
did it. Nope.
Yep.
And you can see his shoulders tighten and
Collapsing.
his face go long.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep. Nope.
He's imploding.
And now
Yes.
you're also stuck with this person the entire line. So yeah, he did the right thing.
Yeah, but you're never going to see her again. You could
Yeah,
pull out a trumpet, blast it in her
you'll
ear, and
never
she's going to Denver.
You'll never see her again. But you also don't want other people on the line to get involved either, because I could see that happening very quickly.
Okay, all right.
Don't speak to her like that.
Okay, I'm never going to see that guy again.
True.
He's going to San Diego. Like, what
You don't want to cause a
how
scene.
how far are you going to take it before you get thrown out of TSA and you've missed your flight? Like everybody's kind of locked in here on both sides.
Oh, I didn't know. I work with a couple of sissies.
Now he could have done the other thing.
What's that?
What's the other thing?
Smugly blow her off.
Oh, just ignore
Like dismiss her. Just dismiss her. Like just give her the hand wave and just go back to doing what he was doing. I wonder how she would have handled that.
We would have had a whole interview talking about Derrick Henry going for almost 200 yards on the Bills. Where they went, stop talking to you, I'm just screaming. All right, Tommy.
Yeah.
We have a lady and a gentleman on the phone breaking down what we're talking about here. Do you want to hear from the lady or the gentleman first?
Well, I think we need to hear from the lady because that's the issue we're not understanding.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Hannah. Hello, Hannah. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Good. So I have two takes. One, specifically in regards to what Tommy said. I am a gay woman, so I would not do well with a man turning around trying to charm me.
Okay.
That would just piss me off.
Oh yeah,
Good
big
take.
assumption on your
Good
part,
take.
Tommy.
Good take.
Yeah, that's not something I would want to do.
Hannah, even if Tommy was waving his magic wand penis around, even something like that wouldn't do it for you.
I might gag a little bit. I don't know.
But you were saying, Hannah, your second point.
Second point is no confrontation for me. So I would also do exactly what Dan did. I would bow right down and I would apologize right away and let that be that.
Okay, and that's
Move on.
And that's fair. I think that's most people. But Hannah, let me ask you this question, right? You get through the TSA line, you go up to Hudson News, you get yourself a magazine because it's 1983, and you're sitting and you're waiting for your plane. Does it start to bother you moments after
That you caved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you caved, and if she, you know what? Because you know that woman, she's going
You
back.
might see her again in the airport at some point.
Even if you don't see her,
Yeah.
Hannah, she's going home. She's going to be on the plane talking to a stranger. There is this person being so rude. And I put them in their place. And she's going to go home and she's going to talk to her partner. And she's going to be like, you're not going to believe it. And you know what I did? And you know what I did? I told them.
yeah.
I told them. And they're going to be bragging about what they did to you, Hannah, for the rest of their life. You okay with that?
Yeah, let them. If that's what they need, if that floats their boat, good for them.
Look at cool Hannah. Not attracted to Tommy and not bothered after the fact.
Absolutely.
No hot guys from me.
Hannah, thanks for the
Not
call.
over here.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. There
Yeah, I
goes
didn't factor in lifestyle.
no kidding.
Hannah. Lifestyle?
No, but I've got,
It's not like she surfs and isn't charmed.
No, but, if we're gay, we're straight, I didn't factor that in.
Sure. I mean,
I still got a 70% shot of me
you
being
don't.
on the straight side of the argument here.
All right, we heard from the female side,
All right.
although I know you're not satisfied with that female
No,
side.
but I was different. I didn't see that coming either.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey guys, first off, unlike Tommy, I'm a good-looking guy.
Okay.
Well,
I'll
I
just
think
ask
so,
you.
But
You ain't good.
here's the
looking.
deal: two things. Number one, you clarified. Oh my God, that this guy's a good-looking dude. If
Good-looking
you go back and listen to the tape,
Mhm.
listen to her tone. There's like a nervous giggle. I'm convinced she's hitting on him.
Oh. All right, hold on.
I think the nervous giggle was to try to not sound like a bitch. In all honesty,
All right,
like
hold on.
It was
Joe,
a deep bitching
Yeah.
giggle.
Joe
you're
has a-
screaming.
Joe has a theory. Let's play
All
it
right.
back for the audience one more time now
Yeah.
that Joe has thrown that theory out, and we will let everyone listening decide for themselves. Was this woman actually hitting on Hot Takes Dan Chesty Fates?
Well, I don't know about you, but I've learned that social media is really calm, level-headed. It never screaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry,
screaming.
hold on. Thoughts?
So you think she's damn for damn?
Well, that's what Joe's saying here.
She's a
Joe.
double D.
Trying to strike up a conversation.
I mean, Joe, being the good-looking man you are, has that happened to you before?
Did Joe put down his phone?
Oh, all right, Joe, I'm going to let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call. I mean, I guess it's, but why would you be rude to try and?
I think
Yeah,
that's a stretch. That's kind of a
because he's-
stretch.
Yeah, he's on the phone, so he's not. You're not trying to spark a conversation. I think this was this woman wanting to say something but not look like a bitch, so she kind of added like a jokey kind of tone to it, and it still came off the way it did.
But like anytime you scold anybody, like
yeah,
if you,
I
anytime
don't think you cannot. Yeah, I mean you're doing it for a reason.
Like even if you're
not
clearly in the wrong,
yeah,
it's still gonna bother you when you get scolded.
yeah,
and it happens to all of us.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not just me because I thought I was a psycho. Because I'll dwell on that for like a week.
Well, yeah, because it hurts. Like you can have a perfect day. That one thing will stick with you all week.
You're 100% right.
I think I'm now reviewing in my head the times just recently it's happening.
Yep. Like, who are you? And like, I also don't understand because, like, look, man, there's times where we're all inconvenienced by people that right. I don't have it in me to speak up and tell someone to do something unless, like, I'm in danger. And even then, I have to be, like, in serious danger before I'm like, please
I'm
stop.
going to let it go.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand the makeup of people who have no problem standing up and being like, you're doing something that bothers me and you need to stop now.
You're being rude.
Where does that come from in your past? Is it genetic? Are you told you should do this as a child? Like, you're not. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
I usually think it ends. I know a lot of women that I've been with will do this.
Bro.
I've seen it
yeah,
more
but you
done
also know
women.
men that would do it too.
Bro.
I know guys will scold too, but
yeah, we've been scolded in this room
By old men.
Yes.
Over the phone. Are you done?
but
That's scolding.
I always consider that just grumpy, but maybe I'm being sexist.
I think you are. But you were trying to make a point.
No, but like every time I've been schooled like that, it's always been by a woman.
I've watched you been schooled by men like this.
Do you just
Like
forget?
scolded?
Yeah.
Out in public when?
All the time.
Ooh,
I don't think we've ever gone out where it hasn't had at least
I
one
where
got-
guy.
guys tells me to shut
Yeah,
up.
you shut up. A guy threatened
But
to
that
come
was family.
I've been scolded because of you by people
Side
that are
scold.
by men that are afraid to say it to you, so they'll tell me like in a very stern tone what they think of you.
But you remember that time that chick screamed at me on that suicide walk because I was smoking a cigar?
Again, that was a justified scream.
But chick. And then just recently we were on a road trip with my wife, and in the morning got up to the hotel, was grabbing some, those muffins they have.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people in there having their breakfast, and I'm just trying to grab a couple of muffins for my wife. She's in the car.
Okay.
So I'm rushed, and I go, I'll grab a chocolate one. I didn't use the dong things, and I grabbed it. And the woman that worked there yelled at me.
She works there.
Sir,
That's her job.
use the dong, sir. But she said it just like that.
That
And
is
like
her job.
everybody turned and looked at me, and I was like, okay.
You would also be pissed if you saw old
Yes.
man put
Yes.
his gross ass hands
I was rushed.
into the muffin jar.
But hold on, man. I was rushed. My wife's already in the car. Our dog already peed in the hallway.
You
and I
should
know-
have told me that.
And that was on camera, I'm sure. I'm just trying to get out of here, man. You know how it is. You get rushed.
Look, I'm not saying.
I'm trying to be a good guy.
you
Look,
would
I
have
brought you two
applauded a
chocolate
woman who
muffins.
scolded a man for doing that.
Here.
You know me. Normally, I'm Mr. Clean, right? I don't bare hand food.
You told the story of a woman that you were happy when she spoke up for a group you were in
God,
while
yeah.
you were on vacation. You're like, I didn't want to say it, but she was bold enough to say it. And we were all happy that she said it.
She manned up.
He's a wannabe Karen, is what he is.
Yes.
But that chick manned up.
All right, let's wrap it up like this.
What do you got?
Steven writes us on Instagram.
Oh, Steven.
Steven does. He said that was speaking of the woman that scolded Dan Fates
Yeah.
on with us the other day. That was a nervous giggle. That woman definitely expected a guy that looks like Dan to respond negatively, and when he didn't, she backed off because he was polite and apologized. But that was a scared giggle, 1,000%. By the way, Dan doesn't look tough. He just looks handsome.
Yeah, he's a good looking kid.
Yeah, I mean, like with all due respect to Dan, like I'm not like. You wouldn't see Dan and be like, oh, I don't want to be going on a dark alley with him. Maybe he's got skin
Well,
cream.
some guys might want, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. 30% was the number.
Yeah,
you
I
threw
think
out?
it's around 30%.
All right, let's take a break. Look, this story sucks because this church shouldn't have to deal with this, right? They get put in the middle of this thing. They're going to have to spend money to clean this up.
Sure,
It
it's a
came out of
hassle.
nowhere. Yes. But it's not the problem that some people are making it out to be.
I don't
We
know,
did this,
Pat.
man. Tommy. Like,
The devil doesn't take a day off.
the graffiti that's on there should let you know this is not like a real thing, and it was never a real thing to begin with.
Okay.
Like if you lived through the 70s and 80s, right, and if you were a teenager that liked a certain type of music,
Oh, yeah.
we're not going to do this again. There's people trying to do this again now on social media, and we're not doing this again. And we'll tell you what it is next on CMF. Every generation sees a trendy panic.
Oh, a panic.
Trendy panic. First, it was like reefer madness. Then rock and roll was going to turn all women into sex freaks, right? Then hippies were going to eat your babies. And you can argue right now it's social media.
Yeah.
But arguably, the biggest panic that got the most publicity when it happened might have shown its face again in Gates. And before folks start flipping out, and I shouldn't even say before because it's already happening on social media, we may have to take a calm and measured look at what showed up.
Okay, we usually do.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45, immigration's been a big topic in the news. Came up last night in the vice presidential debate.
Yeah, sure.
And 2 people were caught, according to the Border Patrol, trying to sneak into the U.S. from Canada just last week. But they're not from the place you'd think they were from.
Oh, different spot. Huh?
And it's confusing as to why they'd even have to try and sneak in.
Oh.
Because I kind of thought if you were from this country, you could just buy a plane ticket.
Come on in.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Right now, there's investigation going on in the town of Gates.
What happened?
Involving a church. Graffiti was scrawled across the walls of the Way of Holiness Church on County Road 136.
God's house.
You got it. Now, the headline of the story on News 8 yesterday reads, Satanic Graffiti Found at Local Church. Satanic Graffiti Found at Local Church.
So the devil's hand's been busy.
That's what it sounds like. And you read that headline, it's a scary headline.
Oh, sure.
It's a scary headline. And there are some expectations that come along with, satanic graffiti, like pentagrams, goats' heads.
Messages.
Other symbols we become familiar with through heavy metal music. And then you read what was actually scrawled on the front of the church.
All right.
One of them was Satan rules. That was one of them. Hail Satan.
Okay.
And then the words Holiness Church were crossed out on the big sign with spray paint, and they replaced that with hell.
Straight up hell.
So it said the Hell
very
Church.
creative.
The hell church. All right.
Okay, seriously.
Couldn't even draw any of the designs or anything?
No, it was pretty.
Just words.
It's quick.
Gotcha.
So look, obviously, this really sucks for the church, right? They're just being a church over there. They're doing their thing. Now they got to clean this up.
Yeah.
Looks like it's been painted over, so that's good. But that also costs money and time, right? Terrible. But, of course, there are now people that saw this story and believe it's a serious problem.
So there's a cult running around, a West Side cult.
Amongst us here in Rochester, there are Satanists looking to cause chaos and take over in our God-fearing society. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can go to any Facebook post of this story that showed up over the weekend. Actually, you know what? Don't do that.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to get more insane. This was obviously kids being idiots, right?
Yeah.
Satan rules.
Satan rules. Satan rules, right? No Latin. No.
I was gonna say they don't even know enough about Satan.
Right. Let's not encourage kids to go to their local library to learn more about Satan.
But I'm saying, they didn't really dedicate themselves to their art.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but
right?
maybe that's what Satan wants. You to laugh it off and not take Satan too seriously, to let him into your house and into your soul, and then before it's too late, and then you'll say, Lord, where thou art thou?
What was that part? Lord, where thou art thou?
And then Jesus is going to say, I thought you thought Satan rules because he doesn't rule so much now, huh?
There's a reason I bring this up.
Yeah.
And it's because we've gone through this before.
Yeah.
The satanic panic of the 1970s and 80s was the funniest of all the panics, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like more than 1950s rock and roll was going to destroy the world. More than 60s.
Rock and roll has got to go.
Yeah, killer hippies in the 60s. More than the super thug criminals of the 1990s. Other panics, although also silly, you could kind of understand why folks would buy into it. Satanism.
Yeah.
Come on.
But it's the boogeyman. It's the unknown, right?
Okay.
Like you could put your hands around a hippie. You could see like the other things. Like the Satan thing was outside mystical forces taking over your children.
No, but what are you doing with the mystical forces?
I know, but I remember they used to come to my school, the school I went to in Florida, which was a Christian school, and they would literally take out rock albums on a PA system and play it backwards, and it didn't sound like anything. And then they would draw the conclusions of all this horrible stuff that Satan was telling you to do as teenagers.
Backwards masking.
Yeah, but it was hysterical.
And that's what I'm getting at. Like, everything about the satanic panic was a tool of the devil. You had the music you brought up, Dungeons and Dragons, Lord of the Rings, books, haircuts, leather jackets, jeans with rips in them.
Oh, yeah.
As a matter of fact, we actually have, this is real, this is a film strip that was shared with churches to show parents a few things to look out for to make sure your kid is not a Satan worshiper.
Warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion.
From a teenager.
A drastic decline in academic performance.
From a teenager.
A reclusive behavior pattern. And listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles, a personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows, and copies of publications such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, and possibly a small makeshift altar. If you discover items such as these, experts advise you contact your local law enforcement agency at once.
If I see my kid going out the door in a black robe and a dagger, I've got other questions.
Yeah.
I also love
homemade altar.
But like they say, go into your kid's room and look for this stuff. And
like an altar.
If you find them, call the police. What are the police gonna do? Like, it's
point.
not against the law to be a Satan worshiper.
Yes, or have an altar.
What are you gonna arrest a kid for? Like, I don't want my
Bible.
kid. I don't want my
at least
kid.
he's reading.
No, I'm like, I don't want my kid to be a Satan worshiper. But what charge is he facing?
Yeah, I guess it really isn't.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could call a priest in and do a little exorcism.
No, they're not
They
possessed.
straightened out Linda Blair.
They're not possessed. They're Satan worshiping. There's a difference.
Oh, I thought they were getting close to being possessed.
I think there's a difference.
Possessed, you don't really have a choice. Like, you can choose to worship Satan.
Yeah, exactly. That one just kind of shows up. And look, I know what I'm talking about. This is 4 years of theology studies talking here. 252 WCMF 252-926. They were talking about this story. It showed up in Gates over the weekend. A church out in Gates had satanic spray paint scrawled across it, and that was the headline: satanic graffiti on a church. But one of them was Satan rules. Hail Satan, and then the words Holiness Church, where it was crossed out on the sign, and they replaced it with Hell, so it said the Hell Church of God.
Hell Church.
Hell Church of God. And people are already freaking out, and they're on social media saying a bunch of stuff about how there's an enclave of Satanists that are here in Rochester, and all the stuff you just heard in that clip is exactly what they're saying.
And don't you burn out on all this as a kid once you get a girlfriend?
I don't know if kids even did this.
She's not going to want to date you with a robe and dagger when you're going to try to match her in her outfits. That's just not going to happen.
Okay. I don't think kids ever did this. I don't think this was ever a thing.
Well, I think kids just did it to jive around.
But that's what I mean.
It was almost like Halloween.
It's the Streisand effect. Are you familiar with this?
Wait. The Devil Got to Streisand?
Yeah, one of my favorite Charlie Daniels songs. Devil went down to Streisand and they were looking for a musical to sell. The Streisand effect, she had a house on the beach that she did not want people to see. So without anybody knowing, she went to Google and had it blurred out.
Yeah.
And she went after people that tried to publish pictures of the house. Yeah. And nobody knew about it. It wasn't until she brought it up that people started posting pictures of the house on the internet. So she did it to herself. And what I mean by this is the Streisand effect is satanic worship, I don't think was a big thing until you started talking about like satanic worship, and the kids were like,
kids got
put
the
a light
idea.
on. Yeah.
Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say there isn't a group of Satanists gallivanting around the greater Rochester area. And if they were, why are they wasting their time spray painting Satan rules on the side of a church?
Yeah, they probably have their own church going on.
Or
right?
I don't know. Like, and I know that most people listening to this show right now are not afraid of satanic cults in town. Yeah. But this has to be said, what we're saying here, because there are folks that are going to try and use this to their advantage to push some kind of narrative.
Agenda.
Yes. And they're going to say some crazy things and encourage people to react in ways that could be dangerous, like we saw in the 70s and 80s. And some folks will read these things and they will get scared of the people that live around them. And it can get really bad because as much as we joke about the satanic panic thing, there are kids that had a really rough childhood because of it, because their parents bought into it. And some of you folks may be listening to this right now. And if you don't believe me, go talk to someone who was a big Megadeth or Metallica or Ozzy fan in the 1980s, because everyone assumed those kids were worshiping the devil.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But kids always are looking for something to have fun with.
I'm not worried about the kids.
And to your point, like, kids may not even realize these things until adults point them out. Because wasn't there like a big fear of like Harry Potter books back in the day too? But like every
Wizards.
every few years there's something else, and it isn't until somebody decides that they want to make a big deal out of it that anybody even notices.
I always found it interesting because, like, there were times when I was a kid where, like, this was pushed on me too.
Wait, I'm sorry. There were satanic times.
Thank you, my apologies. I caught the tail end of the satanic panic.
Oh, shame, man.
And, like, there were people who would tell me, like, you're worshiping the devil and you don't even realize it, right? Like the backward masking that you brought up. You're taking those messages in, or, like, things that you wear, or, like, things that you say you don't even realize, and the devil's got you. And it was like, my thought was always, like, like, if this, like, keeps me from going to heaven, it's a pretty shoddy system in the first place. If I don't know I'm doing it, if I'm not making a conscious decision
to go down his path,
how is that on me?
Yeah,
that's not my fault,
no.
Right? It's like when your dog eats a pill you stick in ham. The dog didn't do that.
No, he's
right?
just ham.
Thank
ham.
you.
Just
give me the ham. But my sister was one of these people that was a very religious person and believed in heaven and hell and satanic worship and that everything was bad. Mm-hmm. And you could not convince her otherwise of some of this stuff that just looked ridiculous. Mm. And she was all in, all the time.
Would you call your sister a gullible person too? So, like, she probably believed anything like that somebody told her.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I want to be clear here, too. I'm not trying to crap on anyone's beliefs. If that's what makes you happy and gives you peace of mind, God bless, right? Like, you do your thing. It becomes a problem when it starts going outward, right? And people get scared, and folks do things, and you want to...
overreact.
Exactly. Mm. You want to hope that we're past this as a society, and we see it for the silliness it is. Mm-hmm. But that's not a guarantee.
I know.
And, like, just everyone be cool, for God's sakes.
Well, tell that to Satan. Because he's not being cool. He wants to take him, poke you in the tuckish with that...
the tuckish?
With that little spear thing. His little devil's fork.
What is that? Golf fork, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a pitchfork, but it's like a devil's pitchfork, right?
Yeah, it's red. It's got the spike.
It's hot.
Yeah, it's from hell.
Red to tuckish.
Let's take a break.
Right.
Immigration is a hot-button issue right now.
Oh, yeah.
And wouldn't you know, 2 men were caught trying to sneak into the United States from Canada in Buffalo just last week.
Oh.
But, like, when you see immigration stories on the news, there are certain places where you expect to see folks coming from.
Yeah, right.
These men are not from this place.
Oh.
And what's confusing is, Tommy, I was under the assumption that if you lived in this country, you could just get on a plane and come here.
Okay.
Right? And if they were in the place they were already in, it would mean they had the funds to get across the ocean. Mm-hmm. So what the hell is going on?
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. It's hard to turn on the news without seeing an immigration story these days.
Oh, yeah, big subject.
Hot button issue, Tom.
Yeah.
And this is an immigration story, but it's not one that you've become accustomed to hearing.
Oh.
Because, like, there are folks coming to this country from places that they can't get to from there.
Yeah.
This is not that country.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate.
Yep. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. It's hard to figure out why someone could be upset with a guy that was robbed and the take that we had on him.
Right.
But it turns out, and I guess he's not even upset. He's not even really being a dick here, but the take is weird. Because he is here to guarantee every man listening that you will never be robbed, assaulted, be a victim of a crime ever again, as long as you follow his simple steps.
All right.
And they don't involve weapons.
Well, that's good.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. Last Thursday in Buffalo,
they nab.
the U.S. Border Patrol apprehended 2 men who it looks like tried to walk across a train bridge to sneak into the United States. And like we said, like these stories aren't uncommon at border crossings.
Yeah.
What is uncommon is that these 2 men are Italian.
Wait. They walked all the way from Italy?
No.
That's a commitment.
From Italy to Canada.
How far does that boot go?
And then
That's a long ass walk. Okay.
Across
so there
the
are a
tracks.
couple of Italian guys.
A couple of Italian guys that are in Canada that, according to the Border Patrol, were caught trying to cross a train bridge to get
In
into
dress
America.
shoes.
did they not know?
When you say did they not know?
Did they not know where exactly they were?
So you're thinking they may have been confused.
I don't know.
Okay.
But you're on the train tracks.
Yeah.
And by the way, how scary is that?
It didn't look like it was a wide one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like high.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Yeah,
up
you're right.
there.
I also don't know how high it was, to be
Alright.
honest with you. It may have
Okay.
just been like one of those little things over a quick little pendant.
It's a
So,
weird way to get here.
but they don't have like a criminal. Because I always think like maybe
oh, true. They could
had,
have something like that.
Because you can't come into this country if you have some kind of like
Yeah.
crime.
Okay,
against
you're
you.
right. Now, there's nothing in the story that says these men were criminals. Also, they made it to Canada,
Oh yeah.
right? And I'm assuming Canada has similar laws to us when it comes to who you allow
Yeah, I
in
would
and
think,
not.
yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
So then, if you had to guess the age of 2 Italian men trying to sneak into the United States, what would you guess the ages are?
For some reason, I have guys like around your age,
My age.
like late 30s, early 40s.
One of you, we were right on one of them, 37. The other man was 60.
Really?
Yeah.
Enzo is 60.
They also have the most Italian names you'll ever hear. You ready for this?
All right.
You ready for this? Raffaele Gambino and Colleggero and Chessi.
Man, that's pretty Italian.
Okay. So I'm asking sincerely, and I know both towns of Gates and Greece may be able to help me out on this. 252 WCMF. Is it hard to get to America from Italy? Like, are there restrictions keeping just Italian citizens from flying over here and hanging out?
No, because I wouldn't think.
I've never.
But why Italy of any other country?
That's what I'm asking. 252 WCMF 252-9263. And like we said, they made it to Canada, so they would also have the money to get to America. It's not like a flight to Canada is less
Right.
expensive than New York. And if you got to America and you were trying to be here, you could show up as a tourist and then just not
Blend
go.
in.
Yeah, go home.
Yeah.
Right? What would be the reason not to do that? Unless Kimmy brings up a good point.
What's that?
These guys were like taking a hike.
Yeah, I don't
they
know.
didn't realize they crossed into U.S. territory. But that probably would have been in the story too.
Yeah. Like they were photographers or something. You know what I mean?
Italian photographers probably shooting pornography. I'm just
Like,
trying
I was just trying to-
remembered all the surnames
Yeah.
of the guys that,
Yeah.
shot nude women back in the
I
day.
was just trying to think of another reason you'd wander maybe somewhere you didn't mean to, but yeah.
But that's
I don't
not
know.
a
This is
not
so
mean
weird.
to thing. Like you're on train tracks and you're
Yeah.
clearly going over a
Right.
body of water into another country.
But I mean, there's also people that like hike that
Yeah,
will do
I was
this also.
I was just gonna
Italians
ask, are
don't
there
hike.
points though where you reach?
You got mountains.
Yeah, you never see them at them. Think about that. When's the last time you saw an Italian hiker?
Bro, what are you talking about?
You can't hike in those tight pants.
You watch The Godfather, they're in dress shoes and they're walking through the hill. They're hiking. That's a hike. That's half a hiking movie.
Are there
Sorry.
points like, let's say you're hiking and you're wandering near the border, like how clear is it when you're getting close? If you're like walking through,
If you're on train tracks, you're getting clearly
there
notifications
signs?
saying stay off of this track.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you're on foot.
yeah,
Like there's so
that's
many warning
obvious.
signs when you get near train tracks.
I mean, look, I don't know the answer about the border signs, Kimmy. I
Yeah.
mean, you wouldn't assume that
They're
people
all
would-
over the place.
No, but I'm saying, like, if it's not a place where
I don't
people would
know.
normally walk, maybe there's nothing there.
But you said it's near Buffalo.
This
This isn't like in
into
like the Canadian wilderness or something. I could see it maybe.
They also did it overnight, it looks like.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
man, this is
yeah,
so
that's
sketch.
All right, well, that changes things.
Maybe they were night hiking. Night hiking.
in
Hiking
them dress
at night.
shoes. But here's the other
We all
thing.
do.
Like, I mean, Italians, they came over to this country and they pretty much just settled in and stayed quiet. So why wouldn't you embrace all Italians?
And to your point, they did make it into Canada,
Yeah, how they had
which has some strict restrictions sometimes, right?
Very confusing. The whole thing is confusing. Yeah, I mean, like Americans that have DWIs can't cross
yeah.
the border, but these Italian guys got in there.
Yes.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about this story that happened in Buffalo last Thursday. U.S. Border Patrol agents apprehended 2 men from Italy who it looks like tried to walk across a train bridge to sneak into the United States. 37-year-old Raffaele Gambino and 60-year-old Coligero and Chessi.
60-year-old dude.
I know 3 Coligeros.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Colangeros?
Coligeros.
Was that the last name?
The name or what's the name of the kid from A Bronx Tale? They called him C, but that was his name.
Oh, all right.
Coligero. But I knew 3 kids growing up with that name.
Okay,
I'm
look
not
at you.
kidding. I don't know if they were named after A Bronx Tale.
So maybe they were coming to see family.
Okay.
And they were supposed to pick him up at the airport. You know how that goes.
It's also kind of interesting to think about which citizens could get away with what they were trying to do, like from what countries. Because like we said, immigration's a big topic right now. And when they show folks on the news that are like seeking asylum or they're in the country illegally, Tommy, they show people that look like they're from a certain small number of countries.
Yes.
Right? And it causes folks to make assumptions about any kind of person that looks that way, whether or not they're U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
But 2 Italian dudes, once they got into America, could totally fly under the radar.
Oh, yeah.
Like if they moved to Greece,
You could blend.
Yeah, you could coach a youth soccer team in Greece right now, and no one would bat an eye.
You could open up many small businesses immediately.
And people would be drawn to that business because of your accent.
Mm-hmm. And you could also make other Italians believe you're related to them from the old country because they're not really sure. And there's a possibility, yeah, we're related. Yeah, you could really pull this off.
But I mean, like, there's other countries too where it would be like England, Australia, Spain, Germany, France.
Almost, yeah, Europe.
Any Asian country too.
Western Europe.
But any Asian country. You wouldn't look at someone from an Asian country and be like, that person should not be in this country right now, right? Or they're here in a way that they shouldn't have gotten here. Or they're seeking asylum from somewhere.
Yeah, it's almost like you got like the gold pass.
There's a distinct advantage for folks outside of a certain part of the planet to show up and just like disappear.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the same for us.
Yeah, oh, no, agreed. Well, I'm not going to fit in Italy.
No, you could.
A 6-foot, pale, bearded Irishman?
But you don't bring up the Irish part.
I'm the most Irish, like of the bone structure of St. Patrick. Look at me.
The bone structure.
Long-ass Irish legs, short little abdomen, and the longest face on the planet. Hey, Coligero.
All you got to do is say you're a priest in your transferred parishes. And you're in.
252 WCMF. All right, we got some theories.
All right.
About these 2 men from Italy allegedly trying to sneak into the U.S. from Canada. Andy's on CMF. Hey, Andy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Got an interesting take on this one. I'm thinking healthcare. I'm thinking a father-son went over to Canada to see if they could get some healthcare because they couldn't find it in Italy, and then were turned away, and then maybe trying to jump over here to see if they could get it here.
So let me get this right. They're so unhealthy that they were walking on train tracks.
Well, hold on. I mean, there could be like a terminal illness or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's what, like people will travel to other countries to seek medical care they can't receive in their own country, especially if, I can't say the Italians probably have the best record when it comes to healthcare service. Like, it's all socialized medicine. From what I understand, it's pretty tough to get appointments, see specialists. Maybe looking for medicine they couldn't find, so they tried Canada because it's supposed to be pretty
they
friendly,
came here
and
because they
then
have a soccer injury.
But why would they have to sneak over, I guess, would be my question.
Yeah, I mean, Andy, if they got a passport, they could have just crossed the border.
Well, the point is they started in Canada because they're Americans go to Canada to get prescription drugs.
Sure.
That's talking.
All right, so
they
I'm
got
coming
turned away
into
there, and they're like, oh, we're already here. Like, let's try getting across to America because America, anybody can walk into a hospital and pretty much seek treatment.
Okay,
so
all right.
Maybe they went that. I don't know.
We'll put that in the back pocket, maybe.
Yeah, way
file.
back pocket.
I can't really. That's the best I got.
All right, Andy, thanks, buddy. You were saying something.
No, just put that in a back pocket of a pair of pants I'm never going to wear.
I'm saying if you got a passport to get into Canada,
Yeah,
and it
you
was
could just
medical,
come legally here and do what he was.
And you just can't walk into
assuming.
a hospital with some major illness and go, yeah, I have no identification. I'm not supposed to be here. Fix me.
Oh, you can.
I think the cops, they're going to notify somebody.
Understood. But the hospital will treat you until all that
To a
shakes out.
point.
Yeah, well, all right. Hey, you've run out of. Get out.
Yeah, they will.
Let's take one more call. James got the last word on CMF. James, figure it out for us, buddy.
Hey, so I got a theory. They got hung up at customs or the border on a previous trip, and they got turned away from entry because when that happens, you get put on an exclusion list for a couple years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
instead of trying to come,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, instead of just trying to come directly to America because they are on a list, they went to Canada and then tried to cross over into America.
Okay, all right. But like, if you're already on an exclusion list, you're probably going to get caught sneaking into America. It's just
How did you get on a plane?
Well, no, because they were able to go to Canada, just not the U.S. Because
it's not a no-fly list. It's an exclusion from America. So, like, that's why they're trying to cross the train tracks overnight and across the border, because they knew if they tried to come over, like, through customs, they would get hung up and sent back.
Ooh.
Works for me.
All right.
I love how we just blindly trust guys we've never talked to before with theories that we don't understand. James, we'll take it, buddy. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Hey, yeah.
There goes James. I hope there's a follow-up to this. I'm dying to know.
Yeah.
We need some reasons.
I would like to see him.
And by the way, no Italian calls. Thanks a lot, Gates and Greece. How hard is it to come here from Italy? Way to go. I grow up in your town. I assimilate. I assimilate to your culture. I'm eating Sunday gravy every Sunday. I'm watching soccer, little guy soccer, and this is how you guys treat me. Let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Ooh, hate time.
There is a man who took exception with the victim of a crime. And he is here to let all of you men listening know all you have to do are a couple of simple things. And you never, ever again will be the victim of a crime.
Oh.
We got the information right here.
Beautiful.
We'll read you the letter. We'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Are you tough?
Tough.
Do you come off as intimidating?
Tough guy.
Lots of people want to think they do. Because, Tommy, according to this letter we have, the more tough you look, the easier life is. For example, if you are tough and intimidating enough, something that happened to a postal worker in the city of Rochester will never happen to you.
All right.
At least, according to this author. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. By the way, we have another pair of tickets today for Billy Joel and Sting.
Wow.
One night, one stage, two legends.
Yes.
They're coming to the Dome in Syracuse April 11th. Tickets go on sale for that show, 9 a.m., livenation.com on Friday. If I were you, I would listen for a little while longer.
All right.
Wink.
Shouldn't do that.
Wink.
Don't do that.
You can wink at both Billy Joel and Sting, and they would enjoy it.
You can't even look at Sting when you work with him.
He's fine.
No, they have it in, like, if you're working backstage, you're not allowed to look at him.
You're just making that up.
Maybe not.
We'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So, the letter we have for Hate Mail of the Week today is about a story we told you all the way back on September 16th. A pair of men, Tommy, had been charged with robbing a mailman, and that crime allegedly happened back in 2023. And as part of the charges the men were finally facing, authorities released texts that they say were exchanged between the person who assaulted the mailman and another person involved. The text read, quote, "You gotta scare him and make sure he doesn't see you again, bro. Just get up on him when he least expects it. It's $100,000 on the line. Just take a deep breath and go for it. He's not stronger than you." So not only was this poor mailman robbed, he was then publicly shamed in a text.
Humiliated.
Yeah, hyping up the person who allegedly robbed him.
Calling you weak.
Yeah, and in this break, we talked about how getting robbed sucks, but being insulted by the folks robbing you might somehow be worse.
Yeah.
And you would think that would be the end of the discussion.
Sure.
How do you have a problem with that? But someone had something to say.
What do they say?
Well, it turns out, Tommy, this mailman could have avoided all of this trouble with one simple fix. And according to the man who wrote this letter, it's something all men need to do to ensure they will never, ever be the victim of a crime.
Well, perfect.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, teaching you how to be a man. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Sometimes I get frustrated listening to your show, and it feels like you're afraid to say things the rest of us know are true. I heard you talking about a mailman who was robbed, and the people who robbed him said he didn't look strong enough to stop them. The mailman would have been safe and wouldn't have been robbed if he was more intimidating. If he worked out, if he carried himself with confidence, if he put out an aura of toughness, this would not have happened. Every story I see about someone being robbed or assaulted, I think the same thing. Men aren't tough enough to stop these things from happening anymore. Or if they are tough, they don't act tough enough. All these criminals and bullies and cowards, they pry on the weak. And if they think you'll fight back or won't be an easy mark, they won't risk getting caught or being hurt trying to take what's yours. I wish they'd have a day where you showed men how to be tough and give the impression that they're not to be messed with, because it would help people stay safe. A longtime fan, Nick.
Okay.
All right.
If you look and act tough and intimidating, you will never be the victim of a crime.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to look tough in those little mail trucks.
Okay.
It's just not a tough-looking truck. Like, if you're in a Ford F-150, you're in an 18-wheeler, but the mail truck is not an intimidating vehicle.
Okay, let's take the mailman out of it, just in general as men.
All right.
If you look and act tough and intimidating, you will not be the victim of a crime. Is he correct?
To a point.
I don't think you can act tough and intimidating. Like, I think
all
like
the
it
time?
just I think it just kind of comes off that you're either tough or you're not. I don't know if you can act tough with and not look like you're faking it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't think it comes off as authentic if you're acting tough.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're going to overdo it. You're going to overplay your hand.
Can you try and look tough right now? Go. Shut up. That's not really what you think tough is. No, it's not. What are you doing?
Like, that's kind of where that small man syndrome came from, right? Like, guys who are small that feel like they have to act bigger than they are.
By the way, you just hurt the whole West Side really bad.
No, I'm not saying everybody.
Little man complex.
No, I'm not saying every small person, every like short guy has that. But like the guys that do, it stands out. You know?
So reading this letter, when we first got it, my knee-jerk reaction was, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
First of all, he also says guys aren't tough anymore, which implies they were tougher back in the day, and that we don't act tough enough, and it sounds really dumb. But on the other hand, there isn't a way to prove he's wrong. Are there other people that buy into this idea? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you act tough and confident and strong, that you won't be the victim of a crime.
People leave you alone.
There is one sentence in this letter that I think will get more people hurt than actually help them. Quote, all of these criminals are bullies and cowards. They prey on the weak, and if they think you will fight back or won't be an easy mark, they won't risk getting caught or being hurt trying to take what's yours. Can we please stop with that idea?
Okay.
These old movies that you love have ruined some people's brains.
Right, Dirty Harry?
All right, look. It seems that folks are willing to try and it seems that folks that are willing to try and take something from you are less bullies and more desperate people for whatever reason. Right? Like, it's a little hard to believe that someone desperate enough to risk arrest and potential jail is going to think through what Nick is saying in this letter. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? Like, I often wonder, because we like to tie logic to crime. And sometimes there is no logic tied to crime. Like, this story specifically is strange because we got to see the inner workings of two men planning something out and the nerves of one of them. Like, that was interesting.
Yeah.
But, like, with most crime that could potentially turn violent, is there logic to it?
No. I mean, it's a crime of opportunity. They're desperate, to your point. So think of like a really tough, scary individual, like The Rock.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I mean, he makes his living being this big, intimidating, like, superhero guy. When that guy goes out, he has bodyguards.
Good point.
Like, Stallone has bodyguards. Mike Tyson has bodyguards because they're targets. People also want to challenge them because they think...
Sometimes that invites more
think
problems.
You're tough? Like, think of the guys in the NFL that get into fights because guys just want to challenge them.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And they know they're smart enough, most of them, to surround themselves with people to keep those people away from them so they're not caught in situations.
It's a good point. So you disagree with this letter?
Yes.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Nick's theory that if you act tough, and here's the thing, I don't know if we're being too harsh on Nick because he wasn't even really a dick with the letter.
No,
it's just
but
an
I understand.
opinion, right? But I still think your opinion's stupid. Nick suggested in this letter, past acting tough and, like a badass will keep you from being assaulted. He also asked us to take a day to show men how to be tough.
Oh, a tough guy show.
And give the impression that you're not to be messed with. And he picked the two toughest guys he could find, you and me, to help out with that. I want you to think about this before we go.
Couple of roustabouts.
Would you call us roustabouts?
Well, that's what they used to call people like that.
The fact that you used the word roustabout.
It was a really good movie.
I want you to think about this while we go to the phones because there are folks waiting patiently. How do men give off the impression of being tough? Think about it. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Danny boy, what's up?
Hey, now.
Yo.
Hey, I had a question. Aren't you the one that bought a pack of cigarettes with your family in England and smoked two of them at a time, stomping down the street to try and look scary? So
no, I tried to look crazy. That was the difference, Dan. So my old man always told me when I was a kid, if you get in a scary spot, if you act crazy, even people that want to hurt you won't go near you. So my goal was to look insane, not tough.
I guess there's a fine line between scary and intimidating sometimes, then.
You mean, no, insane and intimidating? No, I know that I'm not going to intimidate anybody walking down the street, right? But if I start saying crazy stuff and I got two cigarettes hanging out of my mouth, yeah, Dan, you want to come mess with that? What if I throw poop at you? You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, throw something against the wall and see what sticks. Right?
All right. Danny boy, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. There's a difference between crazy and intimidating.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Sure.
And I get that sometimes crazy can be intimidating, but intimidating is not always crazy.
All right.
You're thinking tough, not intimidating.
Both. Well, I mean, tough and intimidating are the same thing. I guess you're right. Yeah, tough and I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Troy, 252-WCMF. Hey, Troy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
So you were saying earlier, like, crimes of opportunity, talking about people acting tough, but like, don't you think criminals will pick their target kind of like to the point of the letter? If you look like an easier target, don't you think that's
makes you more vulnerable?
Look, you're more vulnerable.
I think that there's. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry. Or Troy.
You think if you see two guys, like big dude and a small dude, which one looks like the easier target?
Look, I'm willing to have that argument. I'm not saying I'm right here, Troy, right? You may have a point there. But I think we all overestimate. I think we all overestimate how thought through these crimes are.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this ain't like a movie where you're sitting in it's not, Reservoir Dogs, where you're sitting in an apartment planning out. Like, this guy needs money. He needs food. He needs something for drugs.
True.
He's going to go out and take stuff. And I don't care who it is. If they got a wallet, I'm going to risk it. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this. Yeah. Let's say you're walking home at night.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 a.m. Are you going to play with your phone the whole time? Or are you going to have your head up? Maybe your fists are balled and you're walking along. You're alone. Maybe, it's a little nervous. Or are you going to be aware of your surroundings? Or are you going to be an easy target looking down at your phone, totally?
But I think there's a difference there, too. There's a difference between making yourself a target by holding your valuable things out.
And being aware.
And not paying attention
Yeah.
and, like, trying to look tough. No, I get what you're saying there. I agree with you, Troy. Like, keep your head on a swivel and keep your valuable stuff out of sight. But I don't see that as intimidating. I see that as smart.
It is smart, true. All right, let's. What about like?
He's going. We're
does-
going. One more, Troy. Let's
One
do
more
it.
scenario. Let's do it.
approach you? What if somebody approaches you? You're in a situation.
Right.
You're in a situation.
Right.
Do you stare them right in the eye? Like, you don't back down. Maybe they think twice. Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't.
Or do you just?
All right. So, Troy, what you're suggesting is that you could look a man in the eye that is wanting to take something from you.
Maybe not me, but
All right. Somebody could be so tough that a man has a weapon or bad intentions, and you're going to look him in the eye, and you're going to be so intimidating.
I dare ya.
Yeah, you know what? I want you to do it.
Well, people don't want to get hurt. Even the people coming at you. So if they think, I might get into a scuffle and I'm going to get hurt, they're going to pick an easier target.
I mean, Troy,
think
look.
there's really something to that.
Okay, all right, Troy, you believe what you want, buddy? But as a man who suggested that you were not intimidating enough to stare somebody down as I am not, maybe we are not the men to have this argument, Troy.
Okay.
Troy, but that is a tough name. You just tell them your name and they'll run away.
Thanks.
All right, there goes Troy.
Yeah, usually when you see these crimes, it doesn't have anything to do with what the person looked like. It was just like an opportunity. You just walked into it.
Yeah.
But he was even painting a picture of a criminal's. Let's say the criminal has two options coming at him, and it's one's a big dude and one's a smaller dude. I don't think there's anything that smaller dude can do in that moment to look tough enough to the point where they're going to pick that bigger, more physical fight, you know?
No, that's a great point.
So to your point about looking
physically.
tough, I don't know if it does anything to change the situation.
All right, let me ask you this question.
All
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, when you see a tough guy, what are they doing to give off that vibe? What says tough to you?
Like what I would see on them, or just like how they're.
Give it to me, man, whatever you think it is.
I think it's their facial expression.
Okay. Even with the facial expression you just did that you thought was tough.
Yeah. But, there's some people that just have a very badass, even resting badass face. That ain't it. You look like you look like you're staring at a night chart.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna do my toughest, my most sincere badass face. All right, let me know if it works for you. Are you ready?
All right. Oh, that was your face when you did stand up. That's the face of disappointment.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You serious? You serious right now?
Yeah.
Are you effing kidding me? You say that to me? I just realized that half my hair sticking up when I took my head off. So it's
you
impossible.
look like you just woke up.
I kind of did.
All right.
So you're saying facial expression?
There's some people just have a badass look to them, like their face.
That's a stupid.
They
thing.
look pissed off.
It's a stupid thing to say.
Why? Because you don't have it.
Well, no. I got facial hair. Doesn't facial hair make you look tough? Haven't there been studies done?
It did until it got overdone.
Overdone?
Yeah, like
you're doing the beard too much.
Beards were tough when only a few guys had beards, but now the guy at Starbucks has a beard.
Kimmy,
and 7 rings.
What?
And you're not. You look like a pirate at Disney World.
Kimmy, what screams tough to you?
I think it's that quiet confidence.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to you don't have to tell people you're tough. You don't have to show people you're tough.
Yeah. Walk softly, carry a big stick. Is that what that means? Because I don't know what that means.
To her point, if you look like you belong there, like you don't.
You don't look like you're trying too hard.
So
yeah, I'm supposed to be here.
So you just laid back. Yeah. What?
Why wouldn't I be here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You just got to keep making that noise. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of air.
Like you're slowly passing out because you're not going to get enough oxygen.
I also have. There's also something that I think if you're wearing something too that looks too expensive to fight in. I'm gonna guess that guy's not gonna go toe to toe with me. Like, and well, I'm even talking like, because you love your Lululemon. I know you don't want to rip that sweatshirt.
Well, yeah, I got to go back up to the outlet store to get a new one. I don't want to drive to Canada. I got Italians coming the other way.
So high-end Italian sportswear. You're not going to do it.
No, I'm not. All right, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this letter coming off of this mailman being attacked. There was a text about it. According to the allegations, they said, hey, he's not strong enough to stop you. Nick writes us a letter saying, you don't want to get assaulted. All you got to do is act tough, look tough, be intimidating. Men these days are no longer intimidating. If you do that, you'll never be attacked again. We've been talking a lot about size, and it's probably because of the size difference between you and I, because I'm 6'3", and you're 3'9".
Yes.
It feels like MJ may have taken offense to the discussion we've been having. He's on CMF. Hey, MG, how are you, buddy?
I'm good.
Oh, it's a tough voice. Good start. Yeah. Good start.
I'm 5'0".
Okay.
I'm 5'0". There's nothing scary about this voice.
Oh, well, no. I mean, I don't know that. See, if you did, I thought you were going to do Rudy. 5'0", 100. You ain't got a speck of athletic ability. And you hung around with the best football team in the nation for 2 years.
How many times did you watch that movie?
1,000? It's Rudy, man. I'm sorry, MJ. Go ahead, buddy.
Rudy. Hey, look, MJ stands for Mexican Judo, because you don't know what I have in my pockets.
All right.
You don't know if I'm going to shoot you. You don't know if I'm going to stab you. You don't know.
Yeah, or hang up. You could do that, too.
I'm done with that. Who would have thought my Rudy?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Rudy
know. That took a turn.
Yeah. I got sat on the bench.
Got
filled up with a lot of hate, a lot of attitude. So I quit. And not a day goes by that I don't regret.
I never saw this movie.
Shut up!
You never
seen
saw
movie?
Rudy?
You look too stupid.
Again, another movie that's on TV. Used to be on TV all the time, and you never caught it once.
I know I've seen pieces of it, but I bored the hell out of it.
You're out of your mind. That's how I know you're not tough. If you've never seen Rudy, I know you're not tough. Here's what you do.
That's a cold standard wear T-shirt and say, I saw Rudy.
No, what you do is you walk down the street quoting that scene. No, you quote the scene I just quote. You're 5'0". If you're walking down the street yelling that.
Wait, are they saying that to Rudy?
Yeah, Rudy was working.
Yeah, he worked there.
Yeah, he was working there, and the guy who gave him the job, it turns out he didn't know that he played for the Irish. He didn't know he's a football player. He was just like a maintenance worker there. And Rudy goes, yeah, I quit. He goes, you quit? You're 5'0". Oh, he reveals to him that he's a football player. And he goes, I quit. And a day goes by that I don't regret walking out. And not a day will go by that you won't regret. If you just start yelling Rudy quotes, no one's messing with it.
Okay.
Does it?
Also, 2 cigarettes.
2 cigarettes at the same time.
2 cigarettes and Rudy quotes. All right, I think we did it.
All right.
Did we?
Did we? I think we got to nothing.
5'0". 100. All right, we got tickets to go see Billy Joel and Sting. They're coming to the Dome in Syracuse. One night, one stage, April 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, 9 a.m., livenation.com. But you can win them right now before you can buy them, buddy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. Billy Joel, Sting, one night only. Best of luck, 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Excuse me. Best of luck from your friends here on CMF. You told a story yesterday about you finally got a hold of your brothers, and we'll recap all that.
Yeah.
They were in the worst parts of the hurricane.
Yeah, Florida and North Carolina.
And they are having a rough go right now. And you're telling me all about their homes and how they're living right now and what they have and what they don't have, and it was all really, really bad. But one detail of the story that you told me that you kind of blew past was by far the worst part about the situation they're in.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Cleanup has begun after the hurricane that has rocked the southeastern U.S.
Whoa, boy.
And reports from the White House yesterday estimate that it could cost over $5 billion.
That's 5 Galisanos.
Just to get them back to normal.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, people are just trying to live.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 people that Tommy has been worried sick about.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
Look at me.
Shared with him that they're without almost all of their necessities.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that you kind of blew past yesterday when you were telling me off the air
I'm very good at that.
will send a shiver down the spine of more people than you think.
But I didn't shiver at all?
No.
Oh.
In fact, you were just like, yeah, this is a thing that happened. But here's the thing. I don't blame you. It doesn't make you a bad person.
Oh, good. I like that.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner for Billy Joel and Sting. Kimmy,
we sure do.
Kimmy,
And
who's...
Greg.
Greg!
He really wanted me to tell everybody. He's like, tell everybody Greg won.
Greg! Man, Greg is the perfect Billy Joel.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think I'd have a better time at a Billy Joel show if somebody named Greg went with me. So if you were listening earlier this week, you heard that both of Tommy's brothers' homes were hammered by rain in this hurricane.
Yeah, my one brother is still stuck on the mountain.
Why are you laughing when you say that? Don't laugh.
Run, boy, run.
Water on the mountain. Oh,
Run,
my
boy,
God.
run.
And on Monday, you had talked about how you still hadn't heard from them.
Yes.
Right? Good news, they are okay.
Yeah.
But they're in rough shape.
Yeah, one lost their house, and it's never coming back.
Why are you laughing?
No, he's selling it. I mean, he's selling it.
No, I don't care what he's doing. It's every time you say something terrible, you laugh at the end.
What else can you do?
It's not even your
in the end,
tragedy.
you gotta have a
But you're
laugh.
taking.
No, I'm not taking joy in this.
Well, it's hard to tell.
No, but I mean, it's bad.
They're allowed to laugh at the end. You're not allowed to laugh at the end.
Oh, all right.
All right. So you were describing your one brother who had it the worst, who's stuck right now,
Yeah.
what their living situation is
So
like.
they were in a shelter. They were allowed to go back to their house in the Carolinas. So they're way up in the western Carolinas, up in a mountain, and they have no water, food, electricity, gas. It's completely shut down. So they have nothing. They put up a poll and they could text for a minute to send one group text out, and that's it. So they're stuck there indefinitely because all the roads are
still shut down.
Well, there's they turn into mudslides,
Yeah. Sure,
and
yeah.
they're just shut down. There's everything's devastated.
And not like the fun, homemade Kahlua mudslide,
No.
legitimate mudslides.
So
Okay.
he did say it's like living in the 1940s.
All right, so they spent the night in a shelter.
Mm-hmm.
No food, water, electricity.
Went back to their house.
They're stranded at their house right now, right?
And there's nothing.
And they have to rebuild everything.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing above all that you even just blew past just now
What's that?
bothered me more than anything.
What's that?
They got to send out a single text from a portable cell phone tower that was taken away.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no Wi-Fi either,
Nothing.
which means they are shut off from the outside world.
Like they don't know anything about the news or anything.
No news, no streaming, no social media, no nothing.
Very isolated.
That is the worst part about what's happening for your brother right now. I mean, other than
they
losing,
are off the grid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they lost everything they ever worked for. But the cell phones that we have today were tailor-made for this exact situation. Nothing to do but wait and kill time while things settle down around you so you can get back to making life normal again.
Right.
And they have them, and they can't even use them.
Yeah.
It's like that Twilight Zone episode where the guy who loves to read, he's the last man on earth, and then he goes to open up the book and his glasses break.
Yes.
There was time now. How long do you think you can go without your phone?
I think a week tops.
Okay, that's the wrong way to ask because we're all going to overestimate. I'll ask this question. What is the longest you've been without your phone over the last 5 years?
Well, I'm trying to think when you take a flight, you got to turn your phone off.
So the answer is not more than a day.
No, I was going to say that one connection. Because as soon as you land, you turn that thing on, man. And, yeah.
Okay, so you just said you think you can make it a week.
Well, at desperate time.
Okay, no. I'm just
like if you took it away from me.
Follow me here. You just said I think I can make it 7 days. But you have not been able to voluntarily walk away from your phone for more than 12 hours at a time while conscious.
By the way, I was always talking 5 business days.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Over the last 5 years, how long is the longest you've made it without your phone?
I mean, I do think I'm somebody who can separate myself from my phone for a while, but you know what?
Yeah, because you never answer any phone calls.
No, I don't. But you know what would get me, and I would not be able to live without this? Directions. Like if I'm on vacation somewhere, if I don't know where I'm going, like the first thing I do is pop that address into my phone. Otherwise, I'm lost.
Okay, but you're not going anywhere because you're stranded on a mountain in this scenario, right?
True. Okay, maybe
you
it
have
would be
no
easier
information.
for me
Nothing.
But, yeah, I still don't think I could go much more than 24 hours.
And I know we're all addicted to our phones. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And in the grand scheme of things, you can make the argument that if you're safe and supplies are being brought to you and you have a warm, safe place to stay, that's the important thing. You're right.
Yeah.
But in a situation like your brother is in, you're also underestimating the importance of keeping your mental health.
Oh, you're going to go stir
sharp.
crazy.
Yes, exactly.
Like the fear of the unknown and when everything's going to get back to. Because the one thing they said was they have enough stuff for a week in their place. But I'm not talking like you're living it up, right? So they got like a propane tank that they can kind of heat the house with and stuff, but that's it. And there's no food because they can't get the trucks in. So there's nothing coming in at all. And until the Army figures it out, you're stuck. So that's the fear of the unknown. Like if you think you got a week's worth of groceries, right, and you ain't heard from anybody in 5 days, you start freaking out, man.
And that's what makes this even worse because, like, if everything else is taken care of, right? Like, sleeping in a shelter sucks, but you have a warm, dry place.
Right.
And, like, they don't have food where they are, but there will be a place where they can go and get food because FEMA's there and they're taking care of that stuff. Like, they're not going to starve to death.
Right.
Eventually, that will be taken care of. But while all of this is happening, you're alone with your thoughts the entire time.
Constantly.
And, like, let's say they go back to the shelter because they don't have enough food, which is also a possibility. You would be sitting in that gym constantly, reliving the pain that you're in because there's nothing else to take your mind off.
And the gossip and the fear that comes from other people and people talking.
And there's nothing else you can do. There's no books, there's no magazines, there's no television, there's no nothing. You're just waiting. That would be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah. So, I had a buddy, a coworker of mine when I cut meat. He legitimately got lost at sea fishing. Him and his girlfriend went out in their little skiff into the ocean in West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
The motor crapped out, and they weren't discovered for 2.5 days. So on this boat, he had a 6-pack as they're fishing.
Okay.
They had like a bag of like oranges to eat while they're fishing.
Oh, yeah, beer and oranges. Why not? What do you have, Blue Moon?
So they went through the beers while they're fishing. Engine craps out. So for 2.5 days, they had like 3 tangerines to eat or orange, whatever that. And like he even talked to me about like at the end, like they go, all right, we're not going to eat this tangerine, the last one they had, until we see something. And it was like they're going on 48 hours.
Right.
And in the daytime, they're just in the sun. They have no water. Nobody brought water around back in them days, right? So they're just drifting.
Maybe it was pre-water.
Yes. So they drifted almost 300 miles to the Gulf Stream before they got picked up by the Coast Guard.
And
they go, we don't eat this till you see something, man.
So they were disconnected from everything.
They were like Lewis and Clark.
No, because Lewis and Clark at least knew where they were going.
Yeah, kind of. But they had no way of communicating.
Sure,
This is back in the no cell phones.
Yeah.
He didn't have a radio. He didn't have like a ship-to-shore radio on a little skiff.
But that's where we're at here with your brothers, right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Tommy's brothers were both in like the blast zone of this hurricane. His one brother up on a mountain in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's right where you see all that devastation right now. They live in that.
So the house...
I don't know.
Okay. But they spent a night in a shelter. They have no electricity.
They were allowed to go back
heater.
to their place, but I'm guessing they had to walk.
Weeks worth of groceries, all this stuff. But Tommy said the only reason he knows the situation with them is because the government set up a portable cell phone tower to allow them to send out a single text to family to let them know they're okay.
Minute to do it.
And of all of those terrible things that are happening to him, and it is terrible, being alone with your thoughts for a week with all this going on would be the worst part, not having your phone. Tina's on CMF. Hey, Tina, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
I just think that the whole phone thing is stupid and ridiculous.
Okay.
I mean...
Hey, what are you talking to us on right now?
So, there's been natural disasters for ages.
Sure.
And nobody gave a crap about what happened to their family member because there was mail and you'd have to wait for months at a time to hear what happened to them. So by the time you get the mail about whether they're okay or not, basically most people stopped caring. They're like, oh, they died. So, I mean, what are you going to do about it?
Okay.
Nothing.
So can I stop you real quick, Tina? First of all.
They might have still cared.
No, I think
Tina didn't care.
Tina came from the most callous family in the history of the planet. Is Uncle Cletus dead? Nah, he's dead. Doesn't matter.
Dear Mom, I'm about to get on the Titanic.
Why is he coming? He's in England, but he's Southern, and he's coming back to the United States. Gotcha. Tina.
There were so many jerks on the Titanic.
Tina.
But anyway.
Well, based on that movie, she is right.
Hold on,
a lot of jerks.
Hot take I didn't see coming. The Titanic deserved it.
It's this jerk, if you ask
I mean,
me.
for the most part, the population, not the ship. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, honestly, maybe people do care a little bit.
Get
if you have a
over
nice
it.
family.
All right, no,
If you
Tina,
have a
I
nice
think we're.
family.
No, hold on. I want to go down. Tina, what do you do to take your mind off of the world?
Day to day.
Well, I usually just go outside and like do yard work.
Okay, so
I
that's
hate
not
my
so,
phone.
okay. So in this situation, with what Tommy's brother's describing, that would not be an option. There is no lawn work to do
Okay.
because it's all mud. So what is the second thing that you do to take your mind off of the world?
In the mud situation or just in general?
In general, in your life.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I just lay there and think. I work with a lot of people, and it's loud and annoying, so usually I can just lay anywhere and just think about stuff. And usually then I'll be like, oh, I want to do this, or maybe I should try that. I'd probably end up like sifting through the mud looking for something useful.
Like more mud.
Got plenty of that.
Yeah.
Or shells.
Or shells.
Something in there that like might be edible. I don't know, something. Just like think through it.
All right.
Like
Tina,
mud pies.
Tina, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
I'm just going to lay here and
She
think.
would sit there and think about all the people she doesn't love.
And what other ships deserve to go down to the bottom of the ocean?
That's the population, not the boat.
The boat. She has more sympathy for the iron than the people on the boat,
Was she
based on
calling us
Billy
from, like-
Zade's character in the movie Titanic.
I don't know.
I would like to. That was a very interesting phone call,
It
and I'm glad
was.
that came in because Tina's got her opinion.
Yeah,
That's fine.
sure.
It is pretty amazing that grown-ass people. That's an adult woman with a job.
Sounds like she doesn't have many people to call except for us.
Which is fine. But like, she obviously doesn't understand the devastation that people are going through.
No.
And that's with the ability to see what is happening live every day because we're getting these pictures beamed in. I mean, your brothers are living it right now. That was a pretty callous way to look at things. Is somebody dead? Meh.
What are we going to do?
Hey,
Get
sunrise,
a letter
sunset.
for it in about a week.
Insurance will handle it.
Jeez.
Now, the one thing, so my brother that's up in the mountains, him and my sister-in-law, they've been married for they're coming up on 40 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I wonder how that plays out in it, too.
Yeah, I mean, that stress, not being able to get away from each other.
And my sister-in-law is like one of these perfectionists. Like, it has to be exactly right. And right now, her world is completely flipped upside down and destroyed. And that, on top of everything else, has to drive her crazy. Like, I could see her literally going outside and organizing the logs and numbering them.
Looking for stuff in the mud.
Like shells or food to eat in the mud.
Yes.
That was also mixed in with the sewage.
Yes.
Because it's all water that came. What are you?
I know.
All right. Well, look, man, I'm glad your brothers are healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, there's a bunch of different places. If you are concerned about what's going on with people, you got somebody down there. There's a ton of fundraisers going on.
Oh, yeah.
You got folks doing stuff. So ideally, the folks that have made it through are going to be okay.
Yeah.
Right? So.
I just hope my brother can get his golf cart up and running.
Well, look, if he dies, he dies. Whatever. Rocky IV. Let's take a break. It can't be this many people that are sleeping in this.
In this?
Well, we've had an argument about pajamas versus naked.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your mom. A lot of mud there, baby.
We've had the argument about sleeping naked versus pajamas, and this is something
you're
we
a
don't
nudist.
Yeah, I love sleeping naked.
Yeah.
But it turns out that there are people that'll sleep in clothes that aren't their pajamas. In fact, way more than you think.
Really?
We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. you think the things you do in private are done by everybody else.
Yeah, you think you're normal.
Yeah, and it can be shocking
You
to
ain't.
find. It can be shocking to find out that people do things differently, but I don't care who you are, man. Like to find out this amount of people in America sleep in these?
Oh, not standard sleepwear.
No.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have a study in front of us that details the percentage of Americans and what they sleep in. For example, 1 in 3 Americans, my apologies, sleep in pajamas.
All right. Like standard pajamas.
Yes, and that's the number one.
All right.
Another 1 in 3 Americans sleep in just their underwear.
Mhm.
So boxers, undies, panties.
Bare chest?
No.
We don't know.
Shirtless, no top, but only... Or no, excuse me, no top on top, but wearing something underneath. That's only 2% of Americans, all right? Here's where it gets weird.
All right.
We've talked on the show before. I'm a naked sleeper. You're not. We get in an argument about it. Okay. 14% of Americans, 1 in 7, sleep naked. The same amount of Americans, 1 in 7, sleep in whatever they wore that day.
They just go to bed in dress clothes?
No.
In whatever clothes they're wearing.
I do know people that are like this, and I call them psychopaths.
Like you're wearing a belt and jeans and...
they'll just they'll come home and they never change, and then they just go straight to bed because they don't feel like changing, I guess.
But it sounds like that's a routine.
Yeah.
Like that's how they sleep.
Again,
in clothes.
1 in 7 Americans say they sleep in whatever they
It
wore
would be
that
so
day.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If you're one of these people, 252 WCMF, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Who hurt you?
And then do you wake up and you
change?
I mean, yeah.
How about you smell? Like you've been in your clothes all day. And then you're going to lay in your filthy clothes in your filthy bed?
Wouldn't that ruin your clothes,
Yeah.
too? Like you're stretching out your T-shirts.
Well, you
and
don't care.
Pants.
If you're sleeping in your pants, you don't care what you look like.
No,
man.
but you're wearing that stuff out of
You're
the
homeless.
house, right?
That's-
You're not homeless. You're
No,
sleeping
but
in
that's
your
how
bed.
homeless sleep. Homeless people have to sleep like that because that's what they got. But
Okay.
you're not homeless. You're sleeping like you're homeless.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I can't
I
think,
can't imagine that.
I can't think of a single justification other than being so drunk you can't function.
I was trying to think of the times I've done this. It's every time I've been so wasted, I didn't fall asleep. I passed out.
Yeah.
Because if I was still had anything going on, I would have stripped out of my britches.
And even that, like, I still can get naked.
Yeah.
Right? It's pretty quick to just strip everything off
Yeah,
and
it
go,
is.
right?
Yeah.
This makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, if I...
Especially if you're a woman.
Yeah.
Like if I was with a woman and she came home from work and went work clothes to bed, that would be weird.
It may be easier for women because women's clothes are more comfortable these days.
But most women have a really big bed. Every woman I've ever been with had a bedtime ritual.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on, I have to. If you take a long trip, I got to do this. I got to do that. This has got to get done. I got to get this off. I got to hang this up. I could see a dude doing it more than, but a chick would really baffle me.
Well, no, but I mean, like, athleisure is very popular for women. Yoga pants,
Yeah.
big fully sweatshirts. You could sleep in that stuff and be more comfortable than what, like, a guy would go to sleep in. I'm wearing, like, gray khakis.
But we're
today.
talking clothes.
Those are clothes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
my
mean,
God.
what you wore to work.
You're
Yeah.
gonna-
I know people that sleep.
High-end bitch.
I know people that sleep in their scrubs, which kind of always
Wait,
kind of grossed me out.
wait, they're medical people?
Yeah.
Oh.
And you're full of like medical stuff. Like you've been
I
touching
think
things, man.
they
Like I
just
would think you got to go clean all that off.
252 WCMF. According to a new study, 1 in 7 Americans sleep in the clothes they wore that day. It's the same percentage of Americans who admit they sleep naked, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And I guess we could be thinking going to bed. I mean, this could also mean like taking a nap or something,
Even
right?
taking a nap.
I know, but I guess I could see that happening more often,
Yeah.
just because you lay down for a second and then you end up falling
But
asleep.
this sounds like this is a routine.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
This is how I sleep.
What they usually wear to bed. 1 in 7 people.
Because that
said-
sounds like you have the time to strip, change, brush your teeth. I'm also figuring if you fall asleep like that, you also don't brush your mouth before you go to bed.
Yeah, you're not brushing your teeth with your clothes on. I don't even brush my teeth with my clothes on. I'm a naked brusher.
Too much wiggling.
How would that? You're wiggling anywhere, shirt on.
Yeah,
or
but I don't
not.
want to see my wiggling.
What are you talking about? No, I was actually proud of myself when I got to a weight where my boobs didn't jiggle when I brushed my teeth. That was like a big milestone for me.
Yeah, I don't want to be flossing and see my bare chest.
You brush your teeth
bare
with
chest?
you brush your teeth and
I
floss
wouldn't
with
think
your
that
clothes
was
on?
weird for you.
Well, I'm going. Wait, what?
No, as a guy, like I wouldn't think being bare chested is uncomfortable.
Yeah, I like being bare chested.
Eh,
No, like I don't want to get toothpaste
I'm
or like
t-shirt and boxer. That's how I sleep.
Okay, but I don't want to get toothpaste on my clothes. I always brush my teeth before I put my clothes on.
How bad are you at brushing your teeth or you're spraying the place?
I don't know.
Why don't you shut your mouth once in a while?
Shut my mouth with a toothbrush.
No, that's you on Saturday night. I'm sure your clothes get really messed up down at the spring park. Oh,
stop it!
Yeah, I know you don't say that.
252 WCMF. With this knowledge that 1 in 7 people go to sleep in their clothes. A man who was very upset with the commissioner yesterday.
Yes.
Well, we have a rule on this show, one call a day.
Right.
And that even counts for where they win. And Cody burned his call early yesterday, and he was trying to plead his case to Kimmy to get in on where they win. And Cody's on CMF. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
So I'm going to start off by saying I do think it's pretty gross. I'm actually shocked at how many people 1 in 7 do it. I mean, when I get done with work, the first thing I want to do is shower, change into something clean and more comfortable. But my father, when I was growing up the entire time, he used to sleep in his clothes all the time, but I think he had a decent reason because he ran a towing company. So he was on call 24/7. I mean, at a moment's notice, the phone could go off. He gets up. He's got to run out the door. So if you're in a situation where you're on call for something like that, maybe you're a first responder or that kind of thing, then I could probably understand it.
But that's great for your mom because when they were having sex, she would never shout out somebody else's name. It's right there, man.
Maybe that's why I'm such a late bloomer. It took that long to actually be able to get me.
Cody, thanks for the call, buddy.
Chuck.
Thank you.
There goes Cody. By the way, I get it. How long does it take to put on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt?
I was going to say, you could at least have, your pants ready to go. I don't think you have to wear the jeans to bed.
Pants on the ready. 252 WCMF. We got a gentleman's take.
All right.
Now let's get a lady take. She's got the last word. Lynn's on CMF. Hello, Lynn.
Hey, I'm wondering what percentage, and I don't need to make this a racial thing, but I'm wondering what percentage of this is like a white versus black thing. Like in my household, you came home from school or work and you took off your street clothes, we called them, and you put on your play clothes. It's absolutely disgusting what's out in the world, and then you come home and you're wearing those clothes, and worse, you're getting in your bed with those clothes on. It's insane, and it's odd that ironic that this is your morning topic. That I was talking to my daughter yesterday on FaceTime, and she was preparing dinner in the clothes she went to work in, and she's a teacher. And I'm like, oh my God, all the snot and germs and all that from those little people, and you're making your dinner with your work clothes on. I agree with the previous caller.
Can I just back up one second? We kind of blew past something.
Yeah, way back there.
Yeah, I was waiting for a follow up to that part, but there was no. What would make this a racial thing?
A white-black issue.
In my household, right? It's like you never sit on your bed with your street clothes on.
Right.
Wait, you're white?
No, I am not. I am not.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I'm very confused. Hold on. Okay, you're biracial. Okay, all right. So you're saying that white people. Okay, see, that would have been a good thing to establish before you made the.
Yeah.
I was very confused. Okay, Lynn, so you're thinking that white folks have no problem sitting on their bed with their clothes on, preparing stuff like that, that it's a black folk thing. Okay, gotcha. I understand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. My mother would have a fit if you wore your shoes in the house. My mother was black.
Okay.
She would have a fit if you sat on your bed with your street clothes on. Oh, God forbid. You have your friends over and they're sitting on your bed. No, you better sit on the floor before you sit on the bed with your street clothes on.
All right, I
understand.
understand.
It was not a thing.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
It was not a thing. But then my other side of the family, it was no big deal. It was like, you're on the bedspread, no big deal. So, I wonder, what the breakdown is on that. I don't know. It's just a thing.
Now that I'm thinking about it.
The white-black thing?
Yeah, my wife is biracial. She's Jamaican, mostly Jamaican. Her dad's from the island. My family, the whitest people that ever lived.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't a big deal, sitting on the bed in jeans or walking around the house in shoes. But my wife will not.
No, your wife has implemented some policies that make sense, like no bare ass on the couch.
No, but we have a leather couch.
That's a fair rule.
There's nothing better than leather on your bare ass. Write that down. I stand by that statement. No, but I guess, Lynn, I never thought. I just thought my wife was cleaner than I was. I didn't think.
She is.
Is that a racial thing? Oh
no,
God.
There's so many little quirky things I noticed on one side of the family that the other side didn't do, like washcloth. A lot of white folks don't use a washcloth when they shower, but it is a thing for
White people
That's a
nasty.
thing.
No, but let's walk down this. Let's walk down this because
Put that on a T-shirt.
Lynn is 100% right. We didn't own washcloths as a kid.
Yeah, I don't washcloth.
I never had a washcloth. My wife has 1,000 washcloths. And I learned when I met my wife that black folks use washcloths to wash themselves, which I don't get because, Lynn, the soap is the soap. You can't dirty soap. Why not just use the bare soap?
Because you're getting a little friction, so to speak, on the dirt. You want to get it off, you know? Mm-hmm. Like if you were to go to a hotel, it creeps me out sometimes when I go to a hotel and I use a all white washcloth and I wash. I'm like, oh my gosh, I better make sure that I'm like paying more attention to like the back of those ankles, areas that you miss that soap just isn't going to rinse it off. You really need a good scrub, and you can only do that with a washcloth.
But here's the
I'm
thing.
going to say that's more of a male-female thing because I think women we like to exfoliate.
Okay.
We pay a little bit more attention to what we're doing in the shower than you guys are just like, oh, just get a bar of soap and rub it on my face.
I don't know, man. There was that whole issue between Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. when Sammy stayed the night at Frank's house and he's like, Sam, baby, you got a washcloth? And what did Frank say about the washcloth?
Sammy, no washcloth for you, baby. I just talk over music. I ripped you all off for hundreds of years.
Start scrubbing your nuts.
Lynn, I think we built a lot of bridges here just now. I'm glad you called.
Sure.
Thank you for the call.
Context matters.
Yeah.
How
do you go? I think it's a racial thing, and they just completely abandoned that for the whole. Okay.
And then it turns into comic relief. White people wash like this.
She's right, though. She's right. It was mind-blowing to me.
We're so lame.
No, even weirder. Like, my daughters are both biracial, right?
Right, so
like,
they're confused.
Well, no, one of them uses a washcloth, one of them doesn't. It's almost like a bad punchline.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
Let's take a break. Speaking of spouses, there's a fine line between jealousy and wanting.
Oh.
Right? Because there are women who get upset when their husbands don't get jealous. They think it means they don't care about them.
Right.
Yet at the same time, you don't want someone overbearing and jealous. You have to find the right mix. So that's why when men have the rare occasion that they do get hit on, it's important that you point it out.
Okay.
Because I don't want my wife to get upset.
Well, you got hit on?
I'm gonna let you decide. It wasn't face to face, but someone from
not even face to face.
Someone from my past has shown back up, and they did something. And look, when a woman does this to a man, I mean, it means only one thing. It means only one thing.
Game's on.
I'm happily married. I got my ring on. Nothing's gonna happen. But it is important that my wife is aware that somebody might still be desirable.
Okay.
I'll tell you the story. We'll do it next year at the break room. Let's see you, Matt. You want to be desired, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
By the one you love.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't hurt your ego if you catch the eye of somebody else.
What happened?
Well, you're not going to do anything about it, right? Like if you're someone that gets hit
If you're
on.
smart.
Yeah, right? No. But something in that moment makes you feel like you are the man.
Mm.
What we need to figure out about that moment, Tommy, what makes you feel good?
Okay.
Because I would argue it's not just that person being into you.
Mm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:25, 9:30. There was a strike going on the east coast of America.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to disrupt our lives, it seems.
Oh, big time.
Unless it gets settled in the next couple of days. But there's one product that I keep seeing in every story over and over and over and over again. And this, if it were to be affected, would devastate the break room.
Yeah.
Devastate us. We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Big news in the world of Pat Duffy.
What happened?
Last week, a girl that I had a major crush on in elementary school followed me on Instagram.
What?
Yeah, that happened.
All right.
That's happened. So I've actually talked about this girl before on the air back in the day. When I was in kindergarten, it was Valentine's Day, and I loved this girl. I was going to marry this girl, Tara. And my dad convinced me that I needed to buy a box of chocolates, and I need to bring it in and give it to her.
Yeah.
And, blindly trusting my father.
Dad advice.
I'm 5 years old. I take the chocolates, and I bring them in, and I give them to her, like, face to face. And she goes, I don't want to be your girlfriend. And it was the most devastating moment of my life.
Okay.
Still hurts me up to this moment because
And
it
she
happened.
took the chocolates.
Hey, she did, actually.
Yeah.
It didn't give me one, and it happened in front of everybody, and it was like the first, like, major, like, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
What
You got crushed.
Yeah, you got it. So now she's following me on Instagram.
All right.
And there's only one reason why she would do that.
What's up?
She loves me.
Oh, she's back into you.
She's head over heels in
All
love
right.
with me, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I'm feeling pretty good about myself because obviously this means something. For most men, and you can back me up on this, Tommy, your partner gets hit on way more than you do.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And that's if you get hit on at all.
Right.
My girls now make it their mission to text me every moment they believe another man is hitting on my wife or flirting with my
Okay.
wife, right? And it's not the best feeling in the world. So, Tommy, when this woman followed me on Instagram, I saw a chance to level the playing field a little bit.
What'd you do?
I made sure to share with my wife not only the story that I just shared.
Yeah.
But
What
the
did you
fact-
share with her?
Well, I was like, look,
Yeah.
this guy was in chocolate, and, I haven't talked to her in 20, 30 years, and here she is. She's following me on Instagram.
Sure.
Checking me out.
So how'd that go?
She was not impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not impressed that this woman would follow me on Instagram. In fact, she said out loud, why do you think this means
I'm kind of with her on
she
that.
thinks
yeah.
you're attractive?
She didn't send you like a message.
No,
she
not
didn't
yet,
like your,
not yet.
She didn't go back into your history of photos and like some old
No,
photos.
you don't want to look desperate. I mean, we're playing a game
Yeah,
here, Kimmy.
sure,
We're
sure.
going back
Little
and
cat and
forth.
mouse.
She just thought, hey, I know that guy. Follow.
So it was in this rare moment, the interaction I was having with my wife, I may have realized something about we men.
So what happened?
In the rare occasion in a relationship that you as a man get hit on by someone else, that great feeling you have may not come from someone else thinking you're good looking. It could come from getting to run home and make your partner jealous.
Okay, a little bragging rights.
Yeah, because I get to rub it in my wife's face that someone other than her is all about this. And baby, if you want to keep this, better step up your game.
Okay, all right.
And I think
They love that, by the way.
Okay, look.
Stepping up their game.
I'm not going to say that out loud, but I mean it's inferred. Like,
Okay,
she-
all right.
I'm still
It's
desiring.
implied a little bit. Okay.
And I think the proof of that is in this situation I just shared with you. I got so excited to show my wife that it never even occurred to me that this married woman with children in no way was attracted to me and simply followed me on Instagram because we went to elementary school together. It did not even cross my mind. I am being sincere when I say this. As soon as I saw it, I go, oh, she wants it. And I wanted my wife to know that I was wanted. And in doing that, I look like a giant idiot.
Yes, you did.
A giant idiot.
Yeah, because you hung it out there.
I did. Yes, yes.
And it's just completely exposed for a kick.
100%.
And I think if you really wanted to, let's say like there was a situation that you wanted to tell her about, like you got to have something to it. It can't just be a simple follow, you know?
Yeah,
You
it's
got to
got
have
no
like a
meat.
conversation
Yeah,
involved.
there's no meat on the bone.
Some flirting involved maybe, but you kind of came to her with nothing.
Okay, look, I was just excited, right? I finally
Yeah.
had to be like, check it out. I got something to say, like, check it
All
out.
right.
People, guys hit on you all the time. Look what happened here.
Right.
Here's my question.
What's the question?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As a man, do you want to be wanted or do you want your partner to know you're wanted? Tommy,
what's more important? You're asking.
What do you want? Like, what does it for you when you get hit on by somebody else? And like, this is hard to ask for you because no woman has ever hit on you, Tommy, in the history of your life.
Well, you have to say it out loud.
No, I mean, just like, can you remember the last time you believed a woman tried to hit on you?
Already did a mom joke today.
Yeah,
so
that's great. So nothing. You got
burnt
nothing.
my card.
I'm being sincere.
How do you think I got laid?
You desperately followed women around until you wore them down.
Well, isn't that the same thing?
Can you remember the last time a woman hit on you?
Oh, you hit on you?
So
Most women don't hit on men.
Oh no, that's not true.
Yeah.
But the last time a woman other than your wife flirted with you?
Do hookers count?
No.
I'll have to get back to you.
Wait, okay.
I don't know.
I'm asking sincerely. Like, you've never been able to go home to your
like
wife.
a woman hit on you. Like, I
just
want
flirted,
you.
hit on you.
I want you,
No,
man.
well, not like that straight
I
up.
want you.
Like, have you never been able to go to have you been able to go to your wife since you met her and been like, I think this chick's into me?
No.
I mean, we've
Never?
had women flirt with you over the phone, but they may not know what you look like. I love Tommy. He's so cute.
And then they get on the live
You
stream.
don't have to do that voice.
Yeah, you can
That's
actually
what they sound like.
You can actually catch Tommy on the live stream at this new website we have called yuck.com. All right, I'll ask this. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Does your husband tell you every time somebody hits him?
It happens in front of me sometimes. My husband gets hit on way more than I get hit on.
Well,
so
you know,
I
like,
understand.
I
understand.
But like when you're
You're
not
like
there,
the Tommy of wives.
So
Tommy wives.
He gets hit. He told me a story. There's this guy at the gym that he goes to that was trying to set him up with his daughter, who also goes to the gym.
No kidding.
Like, yes, my husband will let me know whenever that stuff like that happens.
Okay. Now, why do you think he does that?
I don't know, to tell him. I guess to be open about it. He doesn't try to hide anything.
Well, he doesn't have to hide anything because if nothing's
Yeah.
going to happen. He did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Do you think he does it to make you a little bit jealous?
Possibly, but I don't think he has to with me because, like I said, it's happened out in the open.
So you're saying you don't get jealous?
I've witnessed it.
You don't get jealous?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No.
Can I ask you why you don't get jealous?
I think I'm just confident in our relationship. I trust him. I mean, it's always nice to know that your partner's wanted.
Okay.
I will
Yeah, but
say,
like-
I wouldn't call it a turn on, but it's not like it doesn't hurt our relationship.
So let's say you get hit on, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if your wife gets hit on, she tells you the story, you just sit there and listen to
Sure,
it.
sure.
You don't say a word.
Mhm.
You flip that script,
Mhm.
and I come out and I say, so-and-so, I got hit on today. She'll start to break down why that didn't happen. Like, to your face, you're like, that's not what happened, honey. Like, she's going to shoot and deflate your story down immediately. It's going to be like those inflatables on your yard the day after Christmas. They're just wet bags in the yard.
No, he's exactly right. What you were describing is every time I tell my wife when a woman...
She's going to shoot it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quickly.
Yeah. But I'm not
And then
gonna-
kind of laugh at you.
They do. Like, it's like you're like the ugly dog they adopted from the shelter, and you're like, I'm going to win the AKC dog championships. And I'm like, okay, shut up, Scraps. Go back over there.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
No, but I'm still going to do it. And it's funny, too, like when you talk about the back and forth, like when
I think it has to happen naturally in the wild
But-
for her to actually see it and understand and like believe you.
But like most women aren't going to hit on a man in front of their wives, except for you because you look like an easy mark. Like, yeah, obviously, like they're better than you, so they're going to try to take your husband away. But like for most men and women, like I'm not going to stand there next to my wife and have another woman come up and be like, "Hey, hi, what's up, babe?" 252-WCMF 252-9263. Last week, a girl that I had a massive crush on. I was in love with this girl.
Yeah.
In elementary school. Followed me on Instagram. Haven't seen her in decades.
Yeah, but you were a little puke when this happened.
A little puke, as opposed to what now?
A huge vomit. You grew into your pukeness.
Oh, I got pukes.
Oh, yeah.
She followed me on Instagram, and in my
Hey
excitement,
there, little puke. What's going on?
You know I'm right. Every little boy's a little puke.
what's a little puke? Describe what a puke
Every
is.
little boy's a little puke.
Okay, God.
Even when they ain't puking.
My wife gets hit on all the time. My daughters tell me every time it happens, and like I have to try and even the playing field every once in a while. So in my excitement, I run to my wife and I go, check this out. You know, this woman, she's into me, obviously.
Yeah.
And my wife goes, no, she's not. And then she proceeds, as Tommy said, to break down why she's
Yeah.
not. And it made me realize I don't want the satisfaction of knowing another woman's into me. I want my wife to be jealous.
You want her to recognize What you got going on?
I'm wanted.
Right.
I'm wanted. And not that I don't think my wife's putting in the effort, because she is, right?
Mhm.
But it's just nice to know every once in a while, like, hey, baby, hey. You going to walk out on me? Well, I got this DM here that I could fire off and then be like, hey, and then she'd be like, no, I'm married with kids. What's wrong with you? And I won't tell my wife that part, but she has to think something's going on.
Yeah.
I would say, like, that works if it's coming from a stranger. But what if it's coming from, like, somebody you're going to have to see again? Are you as happy to tell your wife that somebody that, I don't know, you know them through, like, your kids or something like that? That's not as fun to throw in her face.
No, you don't say anything.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that.
That's going to really destroy you.
Yeah, because you don't want that, like, thought in the back of her mind every time you leave the house.
Are you not even sure anymore?
You're still getting hit on.
No man can really say for sure why your wife is still attracted to you.
What are you talking about?
Because you see each other at your worst.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
She's seen you with your CPAP machine
Brushing your teeth naked in the
naked.
mirror.
Like, you see each other at your worst. Like, this woman hasn't seen you at your worst in decades.
Why wasn't it my worst when she saw me? I was just like 5.
Yeah,
I
but
was
you're like a little
5.
cute.
Open.
And what she's
Stop saying little cute.
and what she's seeing on
Yeah.
Instagram is not your worst.
What are you talking about? Nah, these are pretty bad pictures. Look.
I mean, she didn't even scroll down to your fatties. Yeah, go down pre-COVID, honey.
Look, I understand.
Forklift Pat.
If anyone is going to talk about being a Tubaloo back in the
Hey, bro, I know.
Those pictures don't exist anywhere, though.
Oh, no, I got plenty of them. Big old fat Tommy.
Oh, I got fat Tommy.
Look like a Christmas ham. Same
Who
size.
don't love that?
I had a good point. I forgot it now. You called me.
Forklift Pat.
Shut up. No, like, here's what I don't get.
What's that?
Right? Like, with Kimmy saying that she doesn't get jealous. In fact, it borderline turns her
Yeah.
on. Borderline.
Well, it is.
Which is weird, because it sounds like now we're going down to a swinger
Don't
situation.
you feel like there's kind of like that like that like kind of like competitiveness that kicks in when your
All right.
wife gets hit on? Like, there's that confidence of, well, she's with me.
Okay, all right. And so you have, well, he's with me.
Yeah, that's what I say.
That's my man. Get your hands on my man. No, I mean, I guess, like, Tommy, if we want our ladies to gasp when they realize their man is still a looker, a
Right.
charmer,
Yeah.
and we want jealousy is what we want. We want a little bit of jealousy from our wives. We want our wives to say something a little mean about the woman that maybe tried to hit on
Yes.
us, right? We want them to state that we are theirs and no one else, no other bitch is going to take their man away.
Yeah, the claws come out.
And Kimmy, if you're all nonchalant about it, are you pushing your beefy husband, fireman husband, into the arms of another woman? Like, if you're just like,
Well,
"Hey,
but
whatever."
I think it would be more of a problem if I reacted to it and caused a scene.
I'm not saying set his clothes on fire.
Yeah.
I'm saying just a little bit of like, oh, okay, whatever, it's fine. Not, like, don't get
Well,
mad about it, but show
yeah,
him a
but that's
little
what
bit.
I mean. Like, you want me to get mad at you? I mean, I don't know
No,
what
not
you're
mad at-
looking
no.
for.
I think the best reaction for women, if you want to keep your man happy when he does this, is to like have a little bit of animosity towards the woman.
Okay, hate her.
Yeah, a little
All right.
bit, not like a lot,
Who,
but
like,
a
who
little
does
bit.
she think she is, kind of thing?
Yeah. That's my man. That is my man.
That's how I feel, though.
But you don't say it. You're just like,
You ain't woman enough to have my man.
I'm trying to imagine Kimmy's husband being hit on in front of her, and because if a dude hit on my wife in front of me, that's a problem.
Oh, sure.
Like, I'm not gonna get like physical about it.
But it's insulting.
Yes, and I'm definitely gonna try and like eat his soul with words. You know what I'm saying, right? What when Kimmy gets back from answering the phones, how do you react to a woman saying stuff like that to your husband? Yeah, because you're not gonna like fight her.
No, but they could say some really snarky remarks.
All right, like Kimmy, when your husband gets hit on in front of you, what do you
I
do?
will say, usually it happens when I'm not like, we're never like sitting next to each other or something when it happens. It's always like if he goes up to the bar to get a drink, or, you know what I mean? Like, there is some separation where it's not like happening right in front of my face,
Gotcha.
you know?
Yeah.
It's like I might see it from a distance, or he'll come back and tell me.
Like, and here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, with you, like, we bust your chops, but you are a handsome woman, Kimmy.
Thank you.
Like, being with your husband, like, we could look and be like, oh, okay, she's with her, right? And like, with my wife getting hit on, like, I'm a larger man, right? So like, I don't think any guy's gonna like push it if my wife's like, well, my husband's over there, right? Your wife, Tommy, must get hit on constantly. She's beautiful,
Yeah.
right? Classy,
They do.
carries
They
herself.
do it while looking over you.
You didn't have to say that part.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, you're not tough, you're not attractive, you smell weird.
I smell nice.
You're wearing bowling shoes.
No, but I even got compliments from Spazzano about my shoes today.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing. One of your
No, we're
hearing
starting
aids,
a league.
One of your hearing aids is out, so you drift slightly to the left the last couple of days when you're walking. Like, you don't have anything to do if she gets hit on in front of you. What are you going to do? Hey!
I just be insulting. I'm just all I got is snark and insults.
Yeah, take your cookies. Your mom. Take that.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Take that. 252 WCMF. All right, let's talk to a lady other than Kimmy here.
Okay.
Talking
I
about
don't know
this.
if you're going to like this.
I see who the name is. Christine's on CMF. Hey, Christine, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? How's the ego? You feel good?
Well, I did until my wife told me that this woman was not hitting on me.
Okay, I have a serious question.
Okay.
What is the point of telling your wife from somebody that you haven't seen in 30 years just because she follows you? I comment all the time on some of your posts. Does
Yeah,
that mean-
Christine, I assume you're in love with me, madly in love with me. You keep calling me at work, too. You got to stop calling me at work,
she
Christine.
won't it.
I'm married. I got kids. Look, I'm flattered. I'm flattered. But
Oh my God. Okay. I think you got a reaction that you were not going to get from your wife. What's the purpose? Are you not? Do you not love your wife enough that you're enough for her? Why do you have to make her jealous?
No. I don't want her, like, seriously jealous. I just want her to know I'm wanted. I mean, Christine, you're married, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like, you don't want your husband to know that you love him and you're going to be with him forever. But there are other guys that'll look you up and down and go, damn, Christine, she got a yacht.
Yeah.
No, I really don't, because I'm quite content. Nobody else matters but him.
Okay. No, she's telling the truth. You don't think she's telling the truth?
Of course not.
What do you mean?
You're lying, Christine. with your Christine ass mouth.
Christine ass mouth.
Because like
Oh,
women can talk.
Tommy.
Women can.
Tommy, I would pick you over Pat. Okay, does that make you feel better?
No,
would
you have
pick
bad
you.
taste. You're listening to this horrible show. Where are you going? And women can always. My wife can come. Your wife can come and talk about the guy that hit on them.
Yes.
And they can just unfiltered.
Sure.
The whole story.
Sure.
You just have to sit there and listen to it. You and I cannot do that. Like my wife will watch television and she'll talk about an actor, a young guy. Oh, he's so handsome. Oh, he is such a. Oh my goodness. If I sat there, if I watched the show and I go, damn, look at that lady. Woo, she fine. Look at that.
There's a difference, though. There's your difference.
My bags would be packed before I finished this sentence.
Well, yeah, when you go, damn. That's
She's saying damn in a
fine.
lady
Well,
way.
Yeah, it's a lady damn. He's right.
Lady damn is, he's so cute. He's so handsome, talented.
Yeah, but we drop it.
Funny.
We drop it.
Oh, drop it my ass. You called a show to tell me I suck. Don't tell me drop nothing. Christine, I got to take some more calls, but thank you for the call. And again, I'm flattered, but I'm married.
I love you.
I love you too,
I love
Christine.
you.
Bye, Christine.
It broke her heart.
252 WCMF. All right, Karen, do not go anywhere. I want to talk to you. But I do want to talk to Jim because I think he's proven the point we're trying to make
What's
here.
Jim say?
He's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. I was telling Kimmy I've got kind of the opposite situation now. My wife has openly looked at me and called me out for flirting if we're at parties and such. But she has already read the crowd and read that woman I'm flirting with and knows that woman wants nothing to do with me. And she finds it funny that I'm trying to be charming and suave, and she's like, you're just hitting a brick wall.
All right, Jimmy, let me ask you, though. Are you doing it intentionally to try and make your wife a little bit jealous, or are you just a charming gentleman?
Outgoing guy.
Outgoing guy, and I really don't realize that it comes across as flirting. But she's looked at me and she's like, you could try a little harder to hide it.
See, but again, that's exactly what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
you suck, you're ugly, you're not as charming as you think you are. Shut up, Jim. Jim sucks. I married Jim and he sucks. Jimmy, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right,
I wonder if that would work against you, only because if your wife is constantly seeing women roll their eyes at you and be disgusted by you, I would think that would not be good for your relationship.
It's a good point.
You know?
Valid point. Valid point. Let's take one more call. 252 WCMF again. A girl I went to elementary school with. I was in love with her. I brought her a box of chocolates when we were in kindergarten. On Valentine's Day, I gave it to her in front of everybody. She rejected me in front of everybody.
Yeah.
It's where what has happened to my life now started. Follow me on Instagram last week. And I told my wife, because obviously the only reason she would do that is because she loves me.
Something happening there, bro.
And when I said, hey, check this out, my wife's like, shut up. She doesn't like you. She's just following you on Instagram. Okay. talking about jealousy, the little jealousy you want from your wife when you get hit on. Karen's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hey, so I understand what everyone in there is saying, but my husband gets hit on all the time in front of me, and people are not shy about it. I get he's so good looking, and you're so lucky, and I've had multiple people say it in plenty of situations, and it doesn't make me uncomfortable.
Does it make you? Does it make you like him? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I feel kind of like Kimmy does about it. It's flattering.
Okay.
You know, it's like, oh yeah, he is a good-looking guy. He's a great-looking guy. But I also follow it up with, he's also really nice, and he treats me really good. We've been together for 20 years, and just proceed to tell them more. And hey, I hope it makes you a little more jealous of what I've got. I don't mind.
Oh wait, no, but you are kind of taking it out on them because I hope you are jealous. I hope you do.
In my own way, I definitely am. It's like, yeah, hey, who do you think you are? But on the other side of that, I have him, so it's okay.
Okay, so you're exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
What you just described. You're nailing it, Karen.
Yeah, so, I mean, and I definitely get hit on, but when he's not there, because he's a very big man also, and he's a little intimidating, so that might be why women don't get hit on.
Oh, so you only get hit on when he's not there.
No,
that's what she's saying.
Yeah, because he's big. He's a big, scary guy.
My kids will be there, and they're older, so they'll tell him, oh, Mom got hit on today. You know, and it kind of makes you feel better, like, oh, it's not just you. I do get hit on, too.
I feel bad for you because, like, God forbid something happens to you, and I'm not wishing anything on you.
Obviously.
He's going to move on immediately.
What is wrong with you? Why would you say that?
You're such a dick.
Like,
That's all right. He should be able to be happy. I don't mind that.
She got her kids in the car and you said that.
Well,
You
she
monster.
called us.
You monster. You're a monster. Karen?
I don't mind.
Okay. Well,
I don't mind.
You're laid back. All right. Well, Karen, let me ask you this real quick before you go. Who is the more attractive of you two? And we're an honest show. You or your husband?
I think that we're both attractive, very attractive in our own way.
Oh, my God. That's
so
not
it's
an
the
answer,
husband.
Karen.
That's the husband.
Right, so like, no, he's a big guy. He's got very bright eyes. He's got great skin, but I have better hair. I have a better personality. So
Yeah, that's what guys look for, hair and personality.
She got the biggest hair you ever seen.
Oh, man, that hair's
when
stacked.
a woman is a good woman, it doesn't go, looks may disappear, but the woman's personality doesn't, period.
All right. Well, Karen, listen, I hear that baby crying. You got stuff to do. Thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. There goes equally sexy Karen.
Full of herself, Karen.
We asked her a question, and you're like, "Hey, what happens if you die?"
Seriously,
like, what the
monster.
hell, man?
No, he doesn't even say that. Hey, first of all, think about your death. Second of all, your husband's going to move on immediately.
Bro, he
What
will.
a flirt you are.
But based on how the chicks are, like,
No wonder
drawn.
your wife doesn't have to worry about anything.
But they're drawn to the guy.
Hey, you guys having a good time here?
Like, I look at
You
certain
are
guys.
every caller that calls the show that brings up something dark and unwanted.
Not dark, just
Pretty
you know,
dark.
Just how things can happen. Like, I look at some guys, like, if anything, there's certain guys I know that are so good looking, like, if anything happened, that dude's got no problems, bro.
Couldn't you make that argument for a lot of women you know,
make that
too?
argument for his wife right now. In
Like,
fact,
I think your
But for
wife
men,
will be fine.
it's rare.
Okay.
It's rare that when you look at a guy going, yeah, that guy's going to have no problem. You know, like they say, get any woman he wants.
Why do you think that way?
He's just because he's
Sometimes they hit you that way.
monster. All right, let's take a break. Port strike is happening right now. And the
What?
and the longer it goes,
Yeah.
the harder it's going to be on our everyday lives, right? But there's one product they keep showing over and over and over and over
Yeah,
again,
it's one of the main things that comes through these ports.
which is rough because if this is affected, it will devastate the break room.
Yep.
It will not be the same show.
I don't know.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. It's not good. Not good.
What happened?
Well, I mean, this is going to affect all of our lives. The longer it goes, the harder it's going to get.
Mm.
And, there's an argument as to why it has to happen, but people can be selfish.
Yeah.
And if this one product that they keep showing in every single story is deeply affected, it's going to devastate the break room.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. As we speak, the port strike is going into its second day. And if you don't have a television, just to catch you up, most of the ports on the eastern seaboard into the Gulf are on strike. And when we say ports, the men and women that take the stuff that comes off of the ships, the containers, and they put it on trucks and planes and send it off. So like everything from stuff you order on Amazon to food products, all that kind of stuff.
You name it.
You got it. It's going to cause the price of some of these things to go up.
Skyrocket.
You got it. It's going to cause scarcity with some of these items to the point where you may not be able to get any of them. And yesterday, as they're doing these stories about which product could be affected, they talked about foreign beer. That was going to be a big one. They brought up the Amazon purchases. But the one product that keeps showing up over and over and over again is bananas.
Yeah, the one thing you really can't stock up on.
Yeah, because
I can't have a year's supply of bananas.
You can freeze them.
You wanted to eat a frozen banana?
Yeah, it's called a banana split.
No.
You dip them in chocolate and you eat them. That's also a thing you can do.
Okay. I'm going to pass.
Okay, I'm with you on that. So if you're a hardcore fan of the break room, you know that this show runs on bananas.
Well, 2/3 of the show.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, no, that's why your husband keeps getting hit on and is thinking about it.
Because he doesn't have bananas?
Never mind, Kimmy.
Should he seek you guys out for help on that?
Yes, if he would like help with his bananas, Tommy and I would be happy to help him. You and I, for years, Tommy, have marveled about how despite the fact that they come from across the ocean, they are by far the cheapest food in the grocery store.
And they've never gone up in price for years.
No banana inflation.
No.
And that's even during COVID when everything else was costing a fortune.
They stayed 49 cents a pound.
It turns out this port strike could change that. However, in all of these stories, they're not telling you how much the price of bananas could go up.
It could skyrocket.
Well, what's skyrocket? Did you get a number? Because I didn't see a number.
It could go to $4 a pound.
No, did it say that? Did you really see that? Oh, okay.
But it could.
Dick.
It could.
How do you know?
If they start getting a banana shortage, it's going to spike.
How far are you willing to go to get your banana every day?
I don't know.
Buck-a-nana?
Yeah, I could do it. Yeah, that's what they charge at the airport.
Yeah. We also know you are willing to spend on your fruits and veggies.
Yes. Yeah, I could probably go pretty high.
Okay, $3 a banana. You still in?
Yeah.
$3 a banana?
He spends more on that in coffee, probably.
Yeah, it's less than a coffee.
$5 a banana? That's what we're starting to get?
Yeah,
So
I think I'm out.
A hand of banana is $25. You're out.
It's too much.
Like, we're talking like Victorian era fruit prices, like when pineapples cost $1,000 and people bought them just to like put them on their tables to look wealthy. I think I'm out at $3 a banana.
Okay. Don't tell them.
Well, no, but even that, because like there's some bananas that may be worth $3, like those long honking bananas.
Oh, I know you like those.
Yeah, you've been getting the mini bananas recently.
Yeah, there's been smaller bananas. Have you guys noticed that?
Run of bad luck.
No, we are. Like,
yeah, they're shrunk a little bit.
It does frustrate me when I get to web because I want a big ass banana. Like that's what I'm. Shut up.
So you're saying you'd be willing to spend about $15 a week on bananas,
But only
potentially.
if I get the honking ass bananas, I'm willing to spend $3 a banana.
I think you'd still buy the small, teeny tiny nanners.
Not for $3. It's not going to fill me up. It's not enough nana for me.
But the size of the banana is not even an issue at this point. Because it's just going to be if they have bananas at all.
You just need that
and
banana.
how much and what they're going to look like.
Yeah. Does anybody in America grow bananas? Is there any domestic banana production?
I think it all comes from Central and South America.
And I thought somebody tried to start, I don't know if they were doing it as like a mass production kind of thing or if they just wanted to see if they could start growing bananas up here. It was somewhere in upstate New York.
I think they're too tropical. So my sister had a banana tree in her house in Florida, and she thought she put it in there thinking she was going to get bananas immediately.
Sure.
It took 7 years before they started bearing bananas.
Okay.
So I'm going to say we're screwed.
There has to be like Florida, California banana plantations. There has to be.
There ain't no plantation.
So now we know there is one because we found out yesterday you speak things into
Like most of your
existence.
pineapples and stuff come out of Hawaii.
Yeah, but there are domestic pineapple production.
I don't think so. And maybe Mexico. So Mexico's probably our closest place that grows enough bananas where they can actually export them.
Okay, but you'd have to drive the bananas. You can't put them through the Gulf of Mexico anymore.
Yeah,
so
they
that's
come over
probably
the
gonna
border.
raise
Okay.
but that's going to raise the cost of banana.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Damn it.
And that's going to start hurting my avocado situation.
Oh, I didn't even think about avocados.
Because my avocados is my second go-to food every day. I eat bananas, I eat avocado.
Well, but avocados are grown domestically. Avocados from California. I see the commercials during college football.
Yeah. And they come over the border on trucks. So
Sure.
I think we'll be... Because it doesn't hurt the trucking industry at all.
I don't think so.
It's all just the ports.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact, so much learning about bananas yesterday
Mm.
as we talk about this port strike that's affecting certain products, things like
Yeah.
that. Did you know the Port of Delaware, which is part of the strike, is the country's largest banana port?
Really?
That seems strange, right?
Yeah.
Of all the places they could show up, why are they taking bananas to Delaware?
Damn.
So there's a Brockport banana garden?
Thank God. How many they got?
I thought they closed that place down.
Why? Because you kept showing up when they were closed. Where you guys at? Hey, Tommy, you're late. Number one customer at the Brockport Banana Garden. I brought you some hammocks for your bananas in the garden.
So this is a story News 8 did a couple years ago, but it was a California transplant brought the harvest to Brockport. It looks like it's all grown indoors, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know if it's still around though.
All right.
They gotta suck.
If they exist.
How much do they charge?
Look. If you can hear me
Mhm.
and you run this banana plant,
You want a Brockport banana?
I'll eat a Brockport banana.
So it's in this.
Not
It was
even
in
Saturday.
this. It was in this guy's backyard. He had more than 20 banana trees.
Yeah, okay, bro. If he's still here, if you can hear me, if he's still doing this, I will
I
pay
don't
you.
think
No,
he's-
look, I will pay for exclusive banana rights to your backyard,
All right.
man. I cannot lose my bananas. I
All right.
can't.
What do you think he's gonna? What do you think the whack is on a hydroponic Western New York banana is? $70.
A banana?
Or maybe a hand.
No, I'm not gonna. You can't charge $70 for a hand of bananas.
Think of how hard it is to grow bananas up here.
What's he doing it for then?
Indoors.
But what if he?
Because he's like some nut job.
Okay, well, he can't.
He's probably some professor of bananas.
If
at
he's
Brockport.
banana professor.
Yeah.
If he can't, he's not going to eat 20 trees worth of bananas, so they're going somewhere already. I'm willing to pay you,
Seems
man.
like he ships them to friends, family, and neighbors.
I want to be okay. If you need a new friend,
All right.
Brockport Banana Man, I'm happy to be there for you. I got Bill season tickets. Maybe we could do a little
Wow.
swap. I'm just
Again,
saying.
so this is from 2021. So I don't know if he's still around, but
Please.
Please, sir, can I have your banana?
Like, here's the thing. I totally understand why they're striking. Like, I don't hold it against them. I get it. But, like, if we could just figure out a way to get the bananas in, that would
All
make
right.
my life a hell of a lot easier. All right, let's take a break. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. Let's. guys. Give me Rabbaroo.
Hi, the old Hump Day Rabbaroozy.
For a Wednesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7. We are super late. A little housekeeping real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we know the Bills game Sunday, 1 o'clock against Houston. I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, come have something to eat, drink.
Oh, yeah, like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's bring your own banana, though.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, so just heads up on that. Wait, no, I take it back. They got it at Abbott's. They may have banana splits.
Oh, yeah, sure they do.
Also, so we got the Bills game 1 o'clock, live here on CMF. That's not the only sporting event we're running this week.
What else is that?
Your Buffalo Sabres are back in action.
So why are they playing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
They are playing in Prague. They are opening the season in Prague.
Yeah. I think their first 2 games.
Why?
It's part of the Global Series. They
You
do this
pick
every year.
Prague?
Well, they just pick Eastern European countries, European countries.
Oh,
so it's a
all
different country every year. Yeah, I mean, hockey's a global game.
I hear you.
Okay, so then why'd you ask a question?
But
It is where they kick off the season that
Yes,
way.
they start the season
Yeah,
in the
like I
Global
feel like it
Series.
kind of, makes it a little not as exciting.
I thought you would take hockey to places that don't normally have hockey to kind of grow the sport.
Yeah, they've done that too.
I figured a lot of these guys probably come from Prague.
No, not a lot, but okay.
Prague's
The
pretty
point,
small.
the reason I bring this up
Yeah.
is your Sabres skate at 1 o'clock on Friday. 1 o'clock, a game we will carry live here
Oh,
on
look
CMF.
at that.
So if you are a Sabres fan and you're going to be stuck at work thinking you're going to miss the game, you're
Get
not.
your Prague on.
Yes, get your Prague on.
Afternoon hockey.
Sabres Devils, 1 o'clock, kicking off the season live here on CMF. Are we going to get out of the way? For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who does not care that her husband gets hit on because she is a confident, independent, modern woman.
Yeah, she's the Prague of women. I'm not really sure where it is, or what it does. I'm not even sure if Prague's the country or the city.
Prague's a country, right?
No, it's a city
in Czechoslovakia?
Yeah,
Or
Czech
Republic?
Chechnya.
No,
Czech-
no,
is it
that's
Czech?
a different country.
No,
too.
No, I think it's
Chechnya.
No, Chechnya is not that country. It used to be the Czech Republic. They just recently changed it to Chechnya.
and I could look at how it's spelled and I still couldn't tell you which one it is.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, it's like Haagen-Dazs.
That's an
What's
English word. They made that word up.
I know, but it's hard to spell.
Haagen-Dazs? H-A-G-E-N-D-A-Z.
You forgot them dots.
Like, you don't say then the dots.
Yeah,
You
and
don't
dots.
say H-A, then the
Haagen-Dazs.
dots.
It's called Haagen-Dazs.
Tommy Muley.
But I think it's on the Czech Republic. Yeah.
That's not a country. It's Chechnya.
He's not much of a goalie either.
For Tommy Muley, who needs to go home and take a nap. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.